Takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at The Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at The Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Silence inspire me, acquaintance set me free to a place derived from unity. Oceans speak to me, persuasion let me be. It's your presence that forms this cavity. I can watch a little while longer. I can see a little bit further. I can touch a little bit softer than you. Patience keeps me calm. Waiting takes too long. Now you see the eye of cavity. Oceans speak to me, persuasion let me be. It's your presence that forms this cavity. I can watch a little while longer. I can see a little bit further. I can touch a little bit softer than you. I can watch a little while longer. I can see a little bit further. I can touch a little bit softer than you.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Our getaway day on our way to Indianapolis, Indiana. The next round guys hitting the road for the national championship when we're done here today in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. LTD&B, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford all with you today as we get rolling. The day after the Epiphany, we've lost our Christmas trees behind here. We're looking for...
It does look a little plain now.
Yeah, we're looking for a replacement. We decided to keep this greenery and these two lights before we get to Calzada and UAB's big basketball win. We'd love your recommendations on what to throw behind Brown and LT on the main wall here.
There are...
What about stand-in models?
Well, there's
live
that.
models?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be good. If we had like...
And they could model our merch, right?
They couldn't be called... would not be good. Round girls, probably not very popular. Next girls, that's not too bad.
They could have we could have ring girls that just hold up segment 1 or whatever.
Segment coming up.
Yeah.
Or our sponsor.
Yeah, brought to you by.
The read I need.
Oh, there'd be a sponsor on there.
They can just hold up the card every time. All right, it's your time to do mortgage right here.
Yeah, so they could hold that up, but we could also have like sponsorship painted across their core.
That's right.
Their abdomen.
Or if it's an annual deal, they get the tattoo.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting some money now.
Hey,
man.
so we've got one idea.
Or we could put some plants.
There's actually a couple ideas. One that will be behind me on my single shot.
That's going to happen.
That's going to happen. That's already going to happen.
Are we sharing that?
No. I'm just saying you'll like that. And then there's an idea we've kicked around about the wall as a whole.
Let's share that one because I'm interested. Have you even heard this? Because
I
I'm
heard
not even
the
sure
wall
you
as a
like
whole,
this.
but I threw out something that I think I might like a little bit better. But I'm down for either.
We're talking about maybe a big ivy wall behind us.
Like Wrigley Field.
Oh, I have not
ivy.
heard that.
Oh, you have not heard that? Oh. I'm not sure if I like it or not. I explored some shots of that last night.
I don't like the cost of that because I explored it because of neighbors.
It's cheap.
The ivy is not cheap.
Yeah, what we looked at was.
Well,
That's not
maybe you
crazy.
guys found it better because the stuff I found, because I told you the old Redmont Hotel, I was watching them put that together.
Yeah.
But like a square foot of that stuff was crazy. I forgot what it was. It was like $100 a square foot.
No. We're nowhere close on that.
I think that's dropped down some, unless it was misread the other day in the room.
I mean, unless you guys are getting the really flammable stuff.
That's
think
what we went for. We said extra
exactly what
flammable.
we're
We're looking at kudzu.
Plenty of that.
Very tameable.
Kudzu. So we're going to bounce some stuff around. What was your other idea? I'm dying to know.
No. So you'll see on the, I guess towards me, you can't see it because Bud Light is covering Browns, but the TNR, like if you put, just to add a little color on the walls, kind of on the corner of our Bud Light where you are right now on the monitor is just the TNR.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we discussed that as well.
Yeah, because we've got the full next round logo behind Brown, but just a little bit smaller TNR, I think would give it a little bit of color.
All right. So it does feel like we're in Studio B today, but we're getting back used to this. We can't believe we started the whole shooting match 2 shows or 3 shows?
I think we're 103 today.
103 shows ago with nothing behind us except that logo in the screen. But it looked fantastic. They won. Now I'm used to having lots of lights and stuff back there. We've got to bag up those Christmas trees, though. We've stacked them up by Forrester back there. I hope he's not allergic to...
They still have fresh fallen snow on
I
them.
know. Looks like it's in Nashville.
Looks like it's in Nashville. And we're going to document our whole trip up to Indy today or Nashville, wherever we end up. So stay on the social media platforms, thanks to our great sponsors, as we roll up today and tomorrow on our way to Indy. Whenever we arrive in Indy, we're going to have some fun on the road with some videos on our travels up in the Johnston RV Center.com van. What's it called again?
It's called a Sprinter.
The Sprinter
Yep.
that we'll be
Yeah.
taking. I called it a scooter last night at dinner, and my
Dumb and Dumber.
my friends laughed. It's not a scooter, and I said scooter van maybe. No, and then John Willard said, "Oh, it's a Sprinter. The Sprinter."
We would legitimately look like Lloyd Lloyd and what was
Harry?
Lloyd and Harry, but
We'd have the frozen snot coming out.
I gotta pee. Just go, man.
Just go.
That's really warm.
Let's jump into the headlines here, brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. They bring us injury updates throughout the college football season. Today, they're bringing you the top story, which is Auburn maybe getting QB1 for the upcoming season.
Hey, from pediatrics to geriatrics, those injuries started to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200, or you can always visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
With the backdrop yesterday of fiancée Izzy and Bo Nix touring Autzen Stadium, taking a little photo shoot down on the field in Oregon in Eugene before, I guess, Izzy comes back to school at Auburn and Bo stays out there and starts working, trying to win the job. Auburn found Bo's replacement, Zach Calzada, the quarterback of record who beat Alabama this year in that game at College Station, is now in orange and blue. The picture there of the social media post, and Calzada.
Boy, that was a weird one, too.
He looks like Benicio del Toro. How tired is he?
I mean, I really don't know what they were going after on that Instagram shot, but it was an odd one. It looked like
spooky.
Yeah.
It's a full moon, which brings a little fear, night stalker-esque in.
I think he might be scared of the defenses he's about to see.
Yeah, it's the eagles that are flying around that, it's a very Halloween look to it.
It really is. But maybe it's, is that from On3 Sports? Is that who did that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what they were.
So that wasn't Auburn who did that, right?
No, it was not Auburn. It was On3 Sports. I don't know what they were aiming for. I'm not real sure what, like.
Will you give me a Benicio del Toro in a helmet?
Yeah. I mean, he looks like he's been fighting a long, hard fight, and he's near the end of his fight.
Well, he looks like Benicio in the traffic when he had to dig his own grave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bad scene, man.
Yeah, it really is.
It's really digging
That
your
was
own
a
grave.
depressing movie.
I thought it looked like, literally like Zach Calzada is here to take your soul.
Yeah, that's right. He's the Grim Reaper. Maybe that's what they were going for.
Maybe so. I don't know.
But Zach comes in there, and before it was official, earlier in the week, we ended up asking you guys, our viewers and listeners, whether you thought this was an improvement over Bo Nix. And that was just us throwing stuff out in the air. Now that it's official, let's start right there. Is he better than Bo Nix? But more importantly, is he better than TJ Finley? Because with Bo in Oregon, you couldn't worry about him being better than Bo now. You just had to improve your quarterback room over TJ Finley.
Yeah, look, I don't know if Zach deserves a photo like that because he is better than TJ Finley, in my opinion. He's not as good as what we saw from Bo this past year. Now, maybe Zach ends up being the next Cam Newton. But what I saw from Zach Calzada, I went through it this morning. There were 10 quarterbacks better this year in the SEC than Calzada.
Yeah, it's not an upgrade from Bo Nix. It is not. You can't paint it as one. Even the most ardent Auburn fan can't paint this as an upgrade from Bo Nix. Are you getting the same exact guy? Maybe. Can he get better? I mean, he can, yeah. I mean, if he gets better, then it is an upgrade from Bo Nix. And you got to say, all right, Brian Harsin saw something that he liked, and the guy's gotten better. But as it stands right now, based on what I saw on the field last year for Texas A&M, Bo Nix was the better quarterback.
Well, and here's the problem. Like Calzada, the competitor, he might be that right there with Bo. I really don't know, how Calzada's wired. But the accuracy is about the same, which wasn't great from Bo. And Calzada's not a mobile guy.
Yeah, about a 56% completion rate for Calzada, and he is what is listed as a pure pocket passer, which apparently is what Harsin prefers.
I think, though, when you look, if you ask defensive coordinators around the league, you want to go against Calzada or Bo, they're going to be like Calzada, because backyard Bo is one of these guys that can drive you absolutely mad. Calzada, you know exactly what you're getting.
Yeah. Look, if you can ever get anywhere close on a consistent basis to what he brought against Alabama, it is a upgrade from Bo Nix.
Dropping dimes, man.
A fairly significant upgrade from Bo Nix.
Yeah, that's an all-SEC quarterback.
Yeah, but that was something that Texas A&M struggled to consistently get out of him. In fact, it was the outlier. It's not even like they got it every now and then. They got it that one night against Alabama, and he really never gave you that again.
Here's my concern, Brown, and tell me if I'm wrong here, LT. The talent around him in the playmaking department, much superior what he had in College Station than what he's about to inherit at Auburn. And now you're taking him and what he did in every game but the Alabama game and dropping him in with less talent, where I think more will be asked of him to be a playmaker than was asked of him in College Station. Is that fair?
Oh, that's fair. I mean, look, Tank Bigsby was a great playmaker, but you had two really good running backs at Texas A&M with Spiller and A-Chain this year. Weidemeyer was a better tight end than Shanker, as good as the year was that John Samuel had. Aeneas Smith is a really good receiver, probably better than any option. I mean, to me, Hudson was underutilized this year. I mean, so you had better weapons, no doubt.
You had a lot of speed on that team that if you just dumped it off on a 0-yard pass out to the side, that they could make something happen and burn you on it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that Texas A&M had the better of the two rosters. So, I mean, you're asking Zach Calzada now. Getting Shedrick Jackson back helps if they can go to the portal and maybe land a receiver. That would certainly be beneficial. They did that last year. Didn't really pan out with Demetrius Robertson. But your quarterback was only one of their needs offensively. And I'm not even certain. I mean, there's speculation Brian Harson's still out there shopping. Like, I'm not 1,000% certain Brian Harsin made this move for Zach Calzada to be the starter, and he's done.
I would, if I'm an Auburn fan, I'm hoping, look, this is just depth. This is bringing a guy in to compete, but this is not going to be our starting quarterback in 2022. Brian Harsin saw him in College Station. You guys watched that game.
Yeah, I'll give you his
Calzada,
numbers.
although they won 20-3, I mean, he was 15-29, but on 192 yards, 0 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Calzada was not the reason they won that game.
Yeah, he completed 51% of his passes.
There's that photo from when Texas A&M and Calzada beat Auburn this year. Brian Harsin seeking out Calzada to spend a little time with him on the field there. And you just wonder if from that point on, he was thinking, if this guy's in the portal.
No, you know what that look is? How did you beat us?
Was our offense really that bad today?
Bobby says Calzada is a major step up from Bo on day one in a very important category, leadership. Bo was a rotten teammate, says Bobby there.
Well,
offensive players, particular wide receivers, played harder, better for Finley than they did for Bo, according to Bobby.
I don't doubt that, but as far as leadership with Calzada, I don't know. I mean, I really don't know.
Yeah. I mean, look, you'd have to be in the locker room to know that was a knock on Bo Nix by a lot of people. His teammates, at least publicly, didn't say as much. But it was a knock on Bo Nix. Calzada will have to earn that locker room, though. You don't just transfer in and immediately be handed leadership. You got to earn that, and perhaps he can. But, that would be it. Look, if that is in fact true, that's a very, very important thing, clearly. And if it's a step up, it's a step up. I'm just looking at the on-the-field production. And on-the-field production, he's behind Bo Nix. But again, Bo Nix wasn't going to be your quarterback next year. I mean, I guess we really have to compare it to TJ Finley. It is a step up from TJ Finley.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to argue that one either.
Joseph, no, he's not better than Bo. Yes, he is much better than Finley. There, Jack says Calzada equals Bo Nix. Well, I would think if you could equal Bo Nix at this point, that would be a step, a good positive step for Auburn going into the upcoming season there.
You know what you see from a lot of guys, though, once a guy comes from the portal or comes in, then that other guy will take off. I've got a feeling TJ Finley's not going to take off because Finley probably looks at Calzada and believes that he can beat him out.
Yeah, I think I'll get some playing time.
I do think Calzada is better than Finley, but I bet Finley doesn't believe that.
What's Calzada's eligibility left, Brown?
He played in 19. He did not play in 20.
Yeah,
I think he opted out, and then he played in 21. So I think he's got at least 3 years.
Yeah. It is real confusing now the way it works, but I think he does.
Maybe 4.
Yeah.
I don't really know. At least 3.
I think now you can play until you're tired of playing. That's the way they do eligibility. If you were here during the 2020 season, you can play until you're tired of playing.
And if you're not good enough for the NFL, other coaches don't care if you continue to play.
You just keep playing and let us know when you're tired of playing. So Zach Calzada is at Auburn. Interesting, another quarterback who had some starting time out in the Big 12, Casey Thompson, had listed, 24/7 said he had listed his 5 target places. 2 of them were Indiana and Auburn, who filled their jobs yesterday with Basilick at Indiana and Calzada at Auburn. Casey Thompson doesn't get into the conversation with Calzada, right? You like Calzada better than Casey Thompson, right?
Tom Allen strikes me as a guy that would read Reader's Digest. He's just in the portal nonstop, just looking at who's available.
Who we got today?
Well, I will tell you, the other names on Casey Thompson's list was Oklahoma, Nebraska, and Missouri. Well, Oklahoma's got Dylan Gabriel, so I'm sure he can take that off his list now. So it's down to Nebraska and Missouri for him.
And Nebraska probably would take you. That's how bad they've been at quarterback. I don't know if you guys, watched the local kid that started at the end of the season last year against Iowa. I don't know if that's your future.
What did you think of Casey Thompson?
I
this
thought
year
he was
at
pretty
Texas?
good. I didn't think he was great, but he had moments. I mean, he was really good in some games. I mean, you go back to that Oklahoma game, and I still don't know how they lost that game. He was completely fantastic in that game. Now, Bijan was on his game too, so there was nice balance there with Sark's offense. But he had some, just looking, he had a 5-touchdown game against Texas Tech, a 5-touchdown game against Oklahoma, a 6-touchdown game against Kansas. I mean, he put up really, really good numbers.
Charles Barkley coming up in the next segment. So Barkley's with us right off the bat. If you are a fan of Barkley, you've got friends who are, go tell everybody Barkley's about to join the show coming up in about 10 minutes. Let's get to what UAB did on the court last night. Thanks to our friends at Mortgage Right. Whether you're out in Plano or Denton or Dallas, Birmingham, Athens, or down in St. Simon, our friends at Mortgage Right has an office near you. They can take care of you in 2022.
Yeah, and if you're in need right now of some quick cash to get those New Year's resolutions afloat, well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they're the GOAT when it comes to getting your finances back on track. With a cash-out refinance, you can make your most expensive resolutions a reality by taking advantage of your home equity. Whether it's building a home gym to lose a few extra pounds or backpacking across Europe, you can count on the experts at Mortgage Right to make getting cash in your pocket easy. Ring in the new year the right way by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
It was a second quad one win for UAB this year, and this one comes on the road, which adds more value to it when it gets to the postseason. Good win for Andy and the Blazers last night. 69-63 on the road at North Texas, a team we've seen in the tournament. That's 5 straight for UAB, and I think this is going to be a pattern. I think UAB head and shoulders above everyone else in Conference USA, excluding maybe La Tech. That'll be a fun game.
Well, North Texas is your defending CUSA champion, and this game was in the Pit in Denton. I didn't realize they called it the Pit there.
The Pit.
It used to be New Mexico State, right?
Yeah, New Mexico.
Yeah.
That's what I was about to say. I wonder how many pits there are in basketball.
You remember there was actually
it's the Death Valley of basketball.
A Final Four.
Wasn't that
in the Pit.
NC State?
It was.
Yeah.
Sure was. But, Jordan Jelly Walker, big game last night, had the 17, had 5 in the final minute to propel UAB to that win. They got out to a double-digit lead early, but they dominated on the boards, 39-25 on the boards. That was the difference. But, UAB 13-3 now, 3-0 in CUSA, and I agree with you. This seems like in year 2, Andy Kennedy's year, to get them to the big dance.
37 in the net. 37 is where you find them.
It's a good place to be.
Yeah, it is.
You mentioned La Tech. Actually, North Texas, who they beat last night, is still in front of La Tech in the net, if you want to judge it on that. They're at 59, La Tech at 70. So UAB is significantly, at least based on that ranking, the best team in this league.
If I said 2.5 on teams from the state of Alabama in the NCAA tournament, everybody takes over right now?
I would go over.
I would, yeah.
Your only problem for UAB, I think there's no doubt that Alabama and Auburn are going to be there. They're going to get at-larges. But UAB still is going to have to win that tournament.
Yeah, because they have played the best teams they're going to play.
42 in the Ken Palm is where UAB is today. Yeah,
so they're pretty. It's pretty close. 37 and 142 in the other. They were 43 before last night in the net. But their schedule done away. That's your problem with them getting an at-large.
Yeah, even 26 wins probably doesn't get them in if they don't win the tournament.
I mean, the rest of Conference USA is in the hundreds once you get past La Tech, in the hundreds. That's not helping you at all.
Yeah. So that is one thing Andy's looking forward to when they move to the American and upgrade that overall schedule a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, now I know, the American is going to change a little bit right now because Houston and Cincinnati are gone in Central Florida. But Houston's 3 right now. Memphis is 51. Cincinnati's 58. UCF is 66. SMU 74. Wichita 84.
Yeah,
so I mean, all those teams will be the top of Conference USA.
Yeah, those there's 3 there still in the top 100.
Yeah, and then you add UAB in. I mean, UAB would be number 2 in the American right now.
Yeah,
only behind Houston.
Yeah, with even still with the good American.
Yeah.
All right, so UAB wins last night. They stay out in Texas and do the road trip Texas swing, and they'll play Rice coming up on Saturday as the Blazers continue to impress with Andy Kennedy. When Barkley comes back on the other side, he'll talk to us about the national championship game. Will LT and Barkley make another bet? Will Barkley and LT pay off the last bet? Will Barkley pick Alabama?
I'll take it.
Will Barkley pick Alabama or Georgia? What else will Barkley say? What does Barkley think of AB? We'll ask Barkley 1,000 things when we come back on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Why is Culver such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day. Oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2019, but I've been a beach bum for as long as I can remember. My folks took us down to the Gulf every summer, and even now, I can't wait to get back. Thanks to the freedom and flexibility of my new job, I know my next beach trip is never far away. In the meantime, I'm making great money, get paid to work out, and even have a take-home car to save miles on mine. Best of all, I spend my days helping people, sometimes on the worst days of their lives. That's a job that makes a difference. Not bad for a beach bum, huh?
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and on Insta.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling Vulcan Gin, the official vodka of the 22 World Games, which is coming here to Birmingham. And we're about to talk to one of their owners, Charles Barkley, in just a second.
They're winning medals all over the place. I mean, it's great vodka. If you're in the vodka game, you need to pick up a bottle of Redmont vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection. Redmont vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides a smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. And one of the major connoisseurs of Redmont vodka. Not only does he own it, he drinks a lot of it. He's about to join us now.
He is Charles Barkley on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Charles? How are you?
War damn Eagle, brothers. How y'all doing?
Doing great. Doing great. Do you fall with most Auburn fans that I talk to that are like, it's hard to pick a team I want to cheer for in this game, but I'll take Alabama because Georgia's just that annoying?
Well, they're the 2 best teams by far. I think you saw that during the semifinals. There was no way Cincinnati and Michigan had any chance whatsoever out there. You knew after watching those games, the first quarter, I'm like, these are 2 mismatches. Georgia and Alabama are the 2 best teams in the country, and I think we can say by far. So I'm looking forward to the game. You know how I feel about Coach Saban. I got a lot of love and admiration for him. He's the greatest college football coach ever. I've been blessed to be around him a few times, so I don't root against Coach Saban. But that being said, I think Georgia's going to win the game.
Well, if they don't, look, Kirby Smart is one of the best coaches in college football. I think everybody agrees with that, Chuck. He's an incredible recruiter.
Yeah, but you still, Lance, you can keep saying that, but at some point, you got to get over the hump.
Yep.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, though, man. I mean, if he loses this game, everybody talked about this was a generational defense, and if you lose to Alabama twice in 1 year, it's going to be a bad look.
It's a really bad look. I wish that he would do something bold, to be honest with you. I wish he would come out and says, guarantee a win. I think when you're in this situation, you got to do something bold. Like, now you're going to get your ass handed to you if you lose. Like, I give you an example. When Coach Saban switched quarterbacks at halftime, that is what great coaches do. I think that's one of the most underrated things that Coach Saban has ever done, because you guys know, y'all in the same business I'm in. If that doesn't work, he's going to get killed. He's going to get killed. So I would love to see Kirby come out and just say something bold and say, hey, you know what, guys? Coach Saban's the greatest coach ever, but this is our time, and we're going to win the game. I think that would galvanize his team. I think when you're an underdog, and listen, let's be honest, I'm in Atlanta. I'm on my way to LA. I got to go shoot Capital One commercials the next 4 days. I've been in Atlanta all week. These people don't think they got any chance. It's crazy. I mean, they're so terrified of Nick Saban in Alabama. I think Coach Smart got to do something. And like I say, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. But I think somebody at Georgia got to do something bold to stoke their fires. That's just my personal opinion.
They don't think they can win. Charles, when we were over for the SEC championship game, they didn't think they could lose. I mean, we were walking into that stadium, and it was, first off, it was 2/3 full of Georgia fans, not Alabama fans, and there wasn't a tailgate that didn't think they'd already won the championship, and they were on the way to the national championship. So one loss has flipped them upside down that bad?
I think the way they got beat flipped them. I wasn't surprised that Alabama won. I was surprised how easily they won. I think that's what shocked Georgia people. If it had been a field goal game or just a great 4 quarters, man, that was a beatdown. That was 100% beatdown. But I got to say this. The reason I think Georgia's going to win, you can tell yourself, we need to win, we need to win. But if you go back and look at that game, it was really a must-win for Alabama. It wasn't a must-win for Georgia. So I think from a psychological standpoint, you have to give Georgia the benefit of the doubt. I mean, because you have to say to yourself, go back and look at that game. If Alabama doesn't win, they don't make the playoffs. Georgia had a free game. So I'm until Monday, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. That's just my personal opinion.
The great Charles Barkley is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. When you're playing, sports at this level, though, Charles, and you've done this, there's almost always a team, though, that's just got your number. And it can get in your head a little bit. And I don't know if it's in Georgia's head yet, but Kirby does coach differently at times against Nick Saban in Alabama. I just wonder.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, how do you deal with that?
But that goes back to what I was saying earlier. He does have a psychological advantage over Coach Smart. That's why I think he should do something different. You got to take a chance. I mean, you do. You got to take a chance. You can't just keep letting the guy punch you in your face. That's why I said I would love to see Georgia coach come out and say, listen, guys, I like my team. I think we got the best team in the country, and we're going to win Monday night. What's he got to lose? But I think it would inspire his players. I think it would inspire the fan base, because you got to try something different. You can't stick with the status quo. That's my personal opinion. I don't think one of the reasons I worry about Kirby is, and it's been big talk over here in Georgia for the last month, the reasons Saban is the GOAT and Dabo is a terrific, great coach. They did two of the most great things in college football in the last 30 years that changed when he went to Tua and when Dabo benched Kelly Bryant, those two of the most courageous things in college football, and it worked out. Because like I say, you guys, we're in the business of killing people when it don't work out. If neither one of those work out, we're going to kill those guys. And not only are we going to kill those guys right after the game, we're going to bring it up for the next 20 years. I mean, that's the way this thing works. But the one thing that shocked me about Kirby, I could not believe he didn't go to the backup quarterback in the SEC championship game. That goes back to what I'm talking about, doing something bold and courageous. You got to try something different. When you were watching that game, you're like, he's going to go to the backup quarterback, isn't he? And that's what separates Coach Saban and Dabo Swinney. Yo, man, you can't just stick with the status quo. You got to try something different if it's not working. And I really wonder if things are not going great for the Bennett kid Monday, is Kirby going to have blind loyalty instead of just taking a chance? You got nothing to lose.
Early on, Chuck, when Nick Saban was winning national championships, people were saying the only thing he doesn't have is an elite quarterback. I mean, A.J. McCarron was good, but he was winning national championships with guys like Jake Coker, playing for national championships with guys like Blake Sims. Now he goes from Tua to Mac Jones to Bryce Young. I know it's only been one season, but do you think Bryce Young is the best quarterback Nick Saban has ever had?
Well, I don't want to overreact after 1 year, but his talking to my guys in the NFL, they really like him. And so I'm not going to overreact after 1 year, but he's probably going to be, first of all, they thought Alabama would be great next year. They thought this team was too young to be great this year. I mean, I'm talking about big-time NFL coaches like, yeah, man, this dude Saban, unbelievable. They thought Alabama was going to be great next year, not this year. They're too young. You got a young quarterback. Their defense is not as great as it's been. They're going to be great next year, but not this year. So they've been admiring what Coach Saban has done. But Bryce is probably going to be the favorite for the Heisman's next year. And they're going to have a better team next year than they have this year. So it's scary, but you know what? I'm happy with our coach, Harsin. We had a great recruiting year. I'm really looking forward to us going forward down at Auburn. I mean, I think we shocked everybody. I don't know a lot about the quarterback we just got from Texas A&M. But listen, I'm excited about our program down at Auburn. But because listen, this dude in Tuscaloosa, he ain't going nowhere. But hey, you want to beat the best. I want to beat the best. If you can beat Coach Saban, you can say we beat the greatest coach ever. That's what I'm excited about down there with Coach Harsin.
Charles Barkley is with us on the next round, away from the national championship game. Dale Brown had his name put on the court in Baton Rouge the other night. Did Dale recruit you back in the day? Was he on Charles Barkley, or did he ignore Charles Barkley back in your Leeds days?
Well, number one, I'm so glad you brought that up, Dunaway, because I would love to see Auburn put Sonny Smith's name on our court down at Auburn. I think it would be an unbelievable thing. When you think about Auburn, you think about two men, Pat Dye and Sonny Smith. And I would love to see the guys down at Auburn put Sonny's name on the court. I think it's well-deserved. I love Sonny like a father. It'll be well-deserved. But, for me, I because I kind of blossomed late playing against Bible League, Jim, I hadn't even got any letter from a Division I school until we played Bible League Hurt in that minor tournament. I had got junior colleges and small colleges, and I was looking at going to Gaston State, to be honest with you, because they had a Coach Cook up there who I really liked. I can't remember. Coach Cook was an amazing dude, but he was at Gaston State, excuse me. And then after I played against Bobby Lee, because Auburn when Auburn came to recruit, they actually came to recruit another guy on my team. Auburn didn't even know I was alive. And so it came down to Auburn, UAB, and Alabama. And Alabama couldn't get me under the salary cap. They were paying Bobby Lee and Ennis. And I think they probably were still playing Eddie Phillips at the time. And listen, UAB had a terrific team also. Coach Bartow, rest in peace, a great man. But once I went down to Auburn, man, I could not believe how awesome it was. And that's probably the best decision. That's probably the best decision I've ever made in my life, going to Auburn.
Well, now guys can legally get paid with name, image, and likeness. And we saw what Cam Newton did for your university, winning a national championship. You've seen Caleb Williams, the true freshman quarterback from Oklahoma who is now going to transfer. He's basically a free agent. If somebody came to you, Chuck, and you knew Caleb Williams could get Auburn over the top and win them a championship, what is it worth if somebody was like, hey, we need you to open up the wallet to get Caleb Williams here on a name, image, and likeness? Would you chip in?
Yeah, I would chip in for sure. But see, this is my biggest concern with NIL. I think, people talk about the haves and the have-nots. It's really going to be the haves and the have-nots going forward. I mean, I think we have opened up, we took the toothpaste. Listen, I want to make this clear. I always want my players. I love our players to go out there and put their bodies on the line. I want all players to always be compensated. But number one, getting a free education, I think, is always a big deal. I don't want people telling young black kids getting a free education is nothing. That always drives me crazy when I hear that. Is the system fair and perfect? No, it's not. But when people tell young black kids getting a free education is nothing, it drives me crazy. And now I'm concerned about this NIL thing. Because like I say, Lance, I don't know. You talk about Wild Wild West. We're in the Wild Wild West right now. I don't know how it's going to end. I don't think we can put the toothpaste back in the tube. And I don't know where we're going to go from here. I really don't, because the way things are going, we're going to have about 10 to 15 schools, maybe 20 at the most, and the rest of the schools are going to be irrelevant. They're going to be really irrelevant because and what's going to happen, all the kids are going to start making business decisions. If you look at, let's say, because you got two camps, you got basketball. If I'm a basketball player and I got to go to school for 1 year, I'm going to say to myself, where can I make the most money in 1 year? And so they're going to go to big schools. But in football, you say, well, wait a minute. I've got to stay for at least 3 years. how can I make the most money in 3 years? And so if you got a chance to go to Georgia or Georgia State, you're like, wait a minute, I can make a lot more money at Georgia State. It's Sanford and Birmingham is a great school. But if you're a kid and you say, well, wait a minute, I got to stay in school for 3 years. I got a chance to go to Auburn or Sanford. I'm going to Auburn. So even though Sanford's a great school and Georgia State's a great school, these kids are going to start making business decisions. So, like I said, I'm really concerned about college sports going forward. And I think there's going to be great animosity on these teams. That's what bothers me also, because, the quarterback, they're going to make a lot of money. The running back going to make a lot of money, probably a wide receiver. But the big, ugly offensive lineman, everybody talking about, well, some of these guys they get to go to Chili's or Applebee's. I'm like, that ain't no money. That ain't no damn money. Giving guys, let guys eat at your restaurant one day a week. The quarterback gonna be driving around in a new car. The big ugly offensive lineman be like, yo, man, I get free food over here at Applebee's and Fridays. The quarterback got a nice new Mercedes or a nice new truck. I want that. So that concerns me going forward. I mean, like I say, it's interesting times we're in.
All right, Enjoy LA. Is it you, Samuel, and Spike again? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I got four. I got a jet waiting. When you guys call me, I'm always going to do you guys shows. I got a lot of love and respect for you guys. So I got a jet waiting on me at the airport, and I'm flying to LA, and I got 4 straight 12-hour days with Sam and Spike. We're going to do our normal stuff, the March Madness stuff. But I think this time Larry Bird's going to be in it again. Magic's going to be in it again. And this year, they're going to add Jennifer Gardner because she's a Capital One girl.
I like her.
Yeah, look out.
Yeah, I had a 3-hour fitting Monday because I got like 7 wardrobe changes. And they were telling me about Bird and Magic and Jennifer. So I'm hoping I'm going to yell at – see, I can't yell at Sam because Sam is amazing. But I'm going to yell at Spike. I said, yo, man, we've got to start early Monday because I need to be done by 5 o'clock Pacific Friday, Monday, because I'm watching the damn championship game no matter what. But I can yell at Spike. Nobody yells at Sam Jackson because he's the GOAT. But you can yell at Spike.
Well, text me a picture of wherever you're watching the game. I'd love to see your setup, wherever y'all land to watch the game.
I appreciate it, man. Hey, guys, y'all keep doing y'all thing. Thanks for having me on. Hey, War Damn Eagle. Hey, and listen, I'm not a hater. Good luck to the Tide. Good luck to the Dogs. I can't wait to watch the game, but War Eagle's the most important thing.
All right. Thank you, Charles. Safe travels, buddy.
All right, guys. Happy New Year also.
Yeah, you too, man. Thank you so much for the time. That is the great Charles Barkley, always with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, always good information there. And
those are great commercials, too.
Oh, they
really are. Did he surprise you taking Georgia?
No, not really. Not really.
There was no open door for an extended bet here.
Yeah,
you like him too.
I wasn't going to jump on that. If he would have taken Alabama, I would have tried to.
You'd have jumped on quick there. All right, part of the show as well being brought to you by the folks in the Farmfolio chat room over there, where you guys are reacting to the fact that I sounded creepy when I said I like Jennifer Garner.
You were a little strong on that.
I do like Jennifer Garner.
I do too.
Yeah.
And she's one of those. She was very attractive before, but I think even after the divorce, she got better looking.
She got a little bit of heat. Was it last week or Ben Affleck was on Stern and he said if he stayed with Jennifer, he would his drinking would have gotten worse. He got a little flack for that.
He got flack for that.
So he dated Jennifer Garner for
they married.
They were married.
Why do you get flack for that? For being honest, you know, I
got killed for just saying like, well, my guy now is with J-Lo, but saying like, my sobriety helped me when I got out of the relationship with Jennifer.
But here's the thing, and not to get deep on this, and I know we got to get to break, but there are certain people that are enablers.
Well, I think he's saying she's such a handful she was driving him to drink, though, right?
I get with that. I don't know.
Could have been that, but it could have been she could just be looking the other way, that he was drinking so much that
that's true.
Didn't press back.
If you're worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
Grun, that's the only reason I get the shot every week, man. Back in a moment on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this. How do I set up the appointment? You can do it two ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor with The Next Round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them The Next Round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at The Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at The Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
The Next Round's national championship coverage is presented by JohnstonRVCenter.com, Wayne Smart Pest Services, Champy's world-famous chicken, Culver's Welcome to Delicious, and Adam Mestre with MD Realty. It's the chase for a championship on The Next Round.
LT's going to tell you about Cowan, and then you'll get to see me actually, while he's doing that, type up the poll question that we're sending out.
Wow.
The excitement of videos.
You're going to do that the first hour? Come on now. It's awesome.
Our friends at Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our new venture here. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, go to Cowan.com.
I don't type that fast.
Jim's going to type up the poll question. Marty Smith, by the way, had to reschedule. He's unable to join us today. That's unfortunate. I know you guys love hearing from Marty. He'll be on with us next week. We will still talk with Bruce Feldman, who, interesting read at The Athletic, he went to 10 coaches, and these coaches are very familiar with Alabama and Georgia. I think had faced Alabama and or Georgia. Yeah. And talked with them about this game to get their insight on it.
Thank you, Brown. No, that filled nicely.
Bruce's insight on it.
That was really good.
What you got, Jim? What's our poll question, man?
Our poll question is, will Zach Calzada be the starting quarterback for Auburn by week 3 versus Penn State, or week 3 versus Penn State? You can vote yes or no. And see if I misspelled any words right there at our Twitter feed at Next Round Live, at Next Round Live. Forrester has turned into basically the NBA on TNT postgame show with Barkley and them. We say something, and then he brings up pictures and does Photoshops and stuff. Who'd you say the Zach Calzada poster?
Benicio del Toro,
okay.
A really, really good actor. He's won an Academy Award before.
For those that are looking on video, I think they just stole the picture and just put an Auburn uniform on him.
I mean, that is Benicio del Toro.
I mean, look at that. I mean,
Benicio always looks really, really tired.
Yeah, he was like, they just woke up. Hey, man, I'm sorry, we got to film another scene. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm sorry. It's 4:30 in the morning. We really got to do this right now. Hey, listen.
The thing with Zach Calzada, he does look very, very tired in that drawing.
Worn out.
Oh God, I got to go back out on the field.
If you stream us and only do audio, and you can go back and see what we're talking about video wise later on our YouTube channel, or you can always watch us live as we stream for you right there on YouTube, Twitch. We're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, also Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Odyssey, and of course Amazon Alexa. We appreciate you joining us in a variety of different ways. I don't understand why they use that picture of Calzada or that imagery of Calzada there. Thanks for being with us, though, as we roll on to the show. Later, as Brownie said, Bruce Feldman, but right now, more movement in college football going on. Arkansas quarterback Malik Hornsby hinting last night he may enter the portal today. There was some debate on whether he was joking or not, which I guess can be a thing or not. Malik Hornsby could be in the portal. Emory Jones was expected to go to the portal, but he's been enrolled.
That's a weird deal there, yeah.
He's been enrolled in class and showing up at meetings for Billy Napier in Florida. So those two quarterbacks, where do you think they end up? Because Hornsby's got a roadblock in front of him.
Yeah, Hornsby is not going to be playing. I mean, that's the thing, Lance. You got to know about Hornsby. KJ Jefferson, I mean, I'm just going to do this quickly off the top of my head, probably a top 3 returning quarterback in the Southeastern Conference.
Yeah, definitely top 5. I mean, Jefferson's upside, we saw him really good in some games. I mean, you look at the numbers, he completed over 67% of his passes, 21 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, and he was their leading rusher last year. I mean, this guy has got legs. He's a big quarterback. They thought Malik Hornsby was going to be the answer because he was so mobile, but you don't need it because you already get it from Jefferson.
Yeah. Hornsby's a fast guy, man. He's got, I think they say he's the fastest guy on the team, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
I think that's what they said, which you don't normally get that out of the quarterback spot, but I think I remember them saying that during a game this year.
It seems like that he should move positions in if he's got a roadblock in front of him.
He may just want to play quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, and just totally different body types. You know, Hornsby's slender, 6'2", 180, and you look at KJ Jefferson, he's 6'3", almost 250 pounds.
We'll do our 3 and out coming up in our next segment and talk about the trip to Indy, what's going on up in Indianapolis right now, and that ticket price get in. But did you guys see that Troy Aikman has started a beer now? It's called 8 Beer, the number 8 beer, all organic, and it's a light beer. So he's in the beer game now in Dallas. He unveiled it this week. These guys, man, with their business ventures and stuff, how many beers are out there?
Well, it's amazing how many people go into just alcohol, period.
Yeah, beer, Barclays with vodka.
You got people are doing their own bourbon.
Bourbon and tequila right now are off the charts.
The only thing that you would have more brands of, I think, would be wine.
Right. Wine was the thing for a while, right?
Wine was the thing for the while because Coppola had a wine, Greg Norman had a wine.
You know who had a wine? Richard Childress.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
He had a bottle of wine from NASCAR.
How was it?
I never opened the bottle. It was given to me, but he had a vineyard. He built a vineyard in North Carolina.
Yeah. So, a lot of people got in the wine game, but I think there's more wines. Then it would be beer. Then I would have to go tequila or vodka. Bourbon is starting to really make that splash, too.
Yeah.
There's the 8 beer. Rockstar's got the photo.
Now
of
we're big Bud Light fans here, but look at that can there.
That's not a bad can.
I don't like the packaging. I really don't. It looks more like an energy drink.
I agree with you on that. Yeah.
Or a what are the seltzer? It looks like a seltzer.
It looks like those early '80s sitcoms where it just says beer.
Yeah, it does.
Cola.
It does.
The Dharma Project.
Yeah. Troy is like, hey man, what do you want the can to look like? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think
just put the number 8 on it.
I think Duff did a better job on The Simpsons, but that is more Dharma. Can you find the Dharma beer? I mean, that is so plain. And you remember the days on the generic aisle?
Oh yeah, in America we used to have the generic aisle,
but it was just a white can that said beer on it.
But it was I was always told that is some brand beer. Like maybe one week it may be Bud Light that they donate to the generic just to help people out.
Yeah, Dharma did a better job with theirs.
Oh, that's actually. I mean, they could make money if they came back and sell those.
Yeah, they probably. But wasn't it really? It was so off the shelf. It was a Sawyer and the Hurley. Who was the big guy?
Hurley.
Yeah.
His hair was always wet.
Yeah, they were the ones that would pound the Dharma Initiative beer.
Yeah, they found it in that van with that skeleton, right?
Yeah, they did. I don't know if it was a skeleton in it.
It was.
I think so.
The driver had a bad day.
Years later. All right, that's the first hour of the show. When we come back, ticket prices for the national championship. How interested are you? How interested is America in going to the game? I don't know if ticket prices reflect that. We'll talk more about that as we move on today on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, beginning this month, our friends at Wayne's Pest Control, they're introducing their new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Smart Pest monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES1 and mention offer code TNR to receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's 866-WAYNES1.
The Next Round's national championship coverage is presented by JohnstonRVCenter.com, Wayne's Smart Pest Services, Champy's world-famous chicken, Culver's Welcome to Delicious, and Adam Mestre with MD Realty. It's the chase for a championship on The Next Round.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you on The Next Round, hour number 2, Charles Barkley in the first hour. If you missed any of that, Forrester already has it up on the YouTube channel, standalone there, if you want to go get the interview there, and podcasted for you at nextroundlive.com. The beautiful Blue Lake Center, top floor, Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, presented by our friends at Bud Light. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford, all with you today. Glad to be with you live on a Friday, and then we hit the road driving all the way up. First to Decatur, to Johnston RV Center, johnstonrvcenter.com, to pick up our Sprinter RV, our Sprinter van. And we're going to sprint up to at least Nashville tonight, maybe all the way to Indianapolis. We're going to play it by road conditions. Any update from the roads?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I've been following, I will tell you this, and this was not a good update, but Brown, as you pull yours, I will tell you the first thing that I saw about an hour ago was this warning. You always love to get a warning,
I don't
right?
want a warning. Now, I talked to a friend who said the interstates are okay. It's the side roads that you want to avoid.
Now, what do you think? Franklin's about 15 miles south?
It is, yeah.
Was from Franklin PD.
Oh, from the PD?
Yeah.
The Popo? Hardworking men and women in blue?
Man, boy, they tweet a lot.
The old Franklin PD?
No, I'm just talking about Nashville severe weather.
That's not a good sign.
Why don't you just paraphrase what they said?
Yeah, do you remember?
Basically, they just said treacherous conditions. If you do not have to drive, do not drive. Here it is. Traveling discouraged. If you must travel, do not use regular caution. Use extreme caution, which Brown always does. When he drives.
Yeah, I'm extremely cautious, if nothing else.
I'll go 98. I'm not going to go 100.
But I'm wondering if this is like the side roads of Franklin. If you guys have ever been to Franklin, it's almost like Mountain Brook. I mean, in a lot of ways, but there's a ton of trees, so the trees are going to cover everything up.
It's got
like
nothing to do.
65, they've got to have the salt and the plows going nonstop.
Well, we got an advance crew, another media crew that's heading up there ahead of us. About 3 hours, Brown? They're about 3 hours ahead of us?
More than that. They left at 8.
Well, they left at 8, so they're going to let us know as they go forward how far we can make it today. We may go all the way to Indy. We may stop in the Music City and have a good time there. We'll figure it out. But we're on our way. Don't forget to join us today and tomorrow on our social media platforms. We'll have videos from our road trip up there. The jocularity that Lance ensues on a road trip, and we'll have some fun with that over the next couple of days. Live show coming up Sunday at a TBD time. We'll let you know for that. And then Monday, our normal show from the Fan Fest there outside of Lucas Oil Stadium. Come by. It's free to the public. And hang out with us as we get ready for the national championship. That'll be 9 to 1 Central on Monday right now, 10 to 2 Eastern up there in Indianapolis. Let's do our headlines this hour, brought to you by the great folks at Gutter Cap.
Again, make 2022 the year that you never get that ladder out again. We heard Dan Wetzel yesterday. He said he's got a similar system on his house. He'll never get that ladder out. We recommend Gutter Cap. They do such a great job. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. My good friend Chris Stewart, the owner there. And right now, for all of the Next Round listeners, 45% off. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. It's a patented aluminum cover system. Fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. Cap it. Don't snap it. 823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Zach Calzada is on his way to Auburn. He made that announcement yesterday. He comes in to hopefully be the starter in place of Bo Nix in that quarterback room. Early enrollee and 4-star quarterback Holden Gerner. Also TJ Finley and Demetrius Davis, D. Davis there. That's who is waiting on Calzada for that quarterback battle down there in Auburn. He, of course, transferring from Texas A&M, where he had the big win over Alabama this year. Zach Evans officially at Ole Miss now. The future sites for the College Football National Championship game announced yesterday, according to reports. Las Vegas in 2025. That's the 2024 season. And Miami after that. So if you're lining them up, we're at Indianapolis, the frozen tundra of Indianapolis this year. Next year at the beautiful SoFi Stadium, greatest stadium on the planet.
I mean, according to a lot. I mean, looking at it on TV, it looks to be that.
They certainly spent enough to make it the greatest stadium on the planet.
Then for the 23 season, 24 January, Houston. We all don't want to go there, but it's supposedly a good stadium. Then 2025, the 24 season, Las Vegas.
That's exciting. If I asked you guys right now, like if we could just suspend all transportation, if we could literally teleport to one of these cities to have this game Monday night, right after the show, and be there until Tuesday, teleport back, where would you guys go?
One of the cities that we just mentioned, or do I get?
You can go anywhere in America, any stadium.
I like the weather in Miami, but I would take Las Vegas. Las Vegas is a good time.
Yeah. Of all the ones I've been to, Atlanta's still the best. I think Atlanta, of everything, to me, is my favorite.
But Atlanta's going to be cold this week, right?
It is. I mean, cold weather, the only way you're really going to avoid that's Pasadena, Phoenix, and Miami.
Yeah. I enjoy the Arizona trips.
I think Arizona's okay. Again, that stadium,
a terrible stadium.
It's like Hard Rock. It's too far out.
It's the middle of nowhere.
I think I'm with you. I would either go SoFi just because I haven't seen it. I don't want to deal with the LA restrictions right now. I think I would go Vegas right now.
Yeah, Vegas and then Miami probably for me. But I like Arizona as too. But that's the future sites.
Did you notice? I thought it was interesting too, the dual dates they announced. They built in dates just in case there's expanded playoffs.
What Brown is talking about is starting in Vegas. The dates for Vegas and then Miami are separated by 2 weeks. January 6th in Vegas or January 20th. And that's the first time they've done that, Brown.
Yeah.
They don't have that for LA or Houston. So that tells me that's the first time 2025 that they're starting to think about a different playoff format, right?
Yeah, I mean they've at least left the door open. We have got actual national championship dates in stone for an expanded college football playoff.
Yeah,
and that's kind of exciting because that January 20th, I would assume, is a Monday. And what you would have there is more than likely the way it's set up now is you would have wild card weekend, 3 games on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, and then a national championship Monday.
Yeah. What I don't like about that,
that is a Monday, by the way, yeah.
What I don't like about that is that they don't have the alternative dates set up for 23 or 24.
That's right.
They don't do it until 25, which if you're yearning for an expanded playoff sooner, not that they can't go back and change some dates or work some things out, it looks like 2025 is the focus on when the 2024 season is the focus on when we would expand the playoffs.
Well, I'll go ahead and tell you the Texans and Dolphins probably aren't going to need their stadiums at that time. So at least the stadium should be open, you would think.
Yeah, all right. So that's the college football playoffs national championship game coming up on Monday. Kyrus Jackson, big wide receiver from Georgia. And those Georgia receivers, I think, have been playing better as of late. Didn't have a great game against Alabama if your name's not Bowers. But Kyrus Jackson ready to make a difference on Monday. Here's the Georgia Bulldog on reacting to the last loss when they played Alabama.
I was hurt, I was hurt. I mean, see, the SEC championship game is always around my birthday, and like for the past 3-4 years since I've been at Georgia, like that's all I wanted for my birthday was SEC championship win. And like obviously I haven't won anything yet, but it's always just a tough moment. I mean, of course I want to win it for myself, but I want to win it for my teammates as well. So just being able to lose those championship games really was hurtful. But now I'm just grateful and blessed that you see the thing behind me, 2020 National Championship. I'm able to play in something that's bigger than the SEC Championship.
Yeah, this one's bigger, and nobody denies that. What jumped out for me and why I wanted to play the Curious thing, that's the second guy we've heard. Nolan Smith was the other guy this week that talked about, I haven't won anything, obviously, in my career.
Well, they do play at Georgia.
Yeah, that sort of is that sort of has set in with them that we have never won a championship. We've never, obviously we've never won a championship.
But you know what's crazy is Nolan Smith said that yesterday. We played that cut yesterday, the Georgia linebacker. So I was like, well, I wonder where Nolan Smith played high school football. So I went and looked. He played at IMG. How do they not win a championship every year?
I think
they play for championship?
Yeah, I don't think they're allowed to play for a championship.
Well, that would explain it.
Yeah,
well,
I think that's the problem.
I do feel bad for him, but I feel a little less bad now.
Yeah,
you chose to go to a place that can't play for a championship.
Lunsford's
and
our
I'm not just talking about Georgia.
Lunsford's our high school star. He knows all high school football. I think I'm right about that since it's a recruiting all-star team. I'm not sure they're
Makes
allowed
sense. But I was like, man, I would think IMG would win it all the time.
Yeah.
For years, George
Thompson still gets to play for it, and they were a recruiting hotbed.
Yeah, exactly.
Georgia's always had great running backs. And, I think James Cook and Zamir White, those are good running backs. They don't have great running backs.
I don't remember them from the SEC championship.
Well, they didn't do much.
They didn't do much, did they?
Not do much. James Cook was really good against Michigan, though, especially in the pass game. But this is such a weird year skill-wise. Brock Bowers, by the way, I just found out he was a 4-star today, which makes no sense. How you can go from a 4-star to this good, within 6 months.
Yeah.
You know how he'd been a 5-star? If he'd picked Bama.
Is that how that works? I thought that worked like that with Georgia.
He'd get that 5-star bump, that 1-star bump.
But, outside of, you guys tell me elite receivers. Mecole Hardman was good. A.J. Green was elite
receivers that have played for Georgia?
Yeah.
I mean, he's the last one I go back to. A.J. Green is like slam dunk, one of the best.
Yeah, but Mecole Hardman's a better pro receiver than he was a college receiver.
I agree. Yeah. But, you look at like Burton, you look at Kyrus that you just had. Ladd McConkey's had a good year, but they don't have.
They've not.
It's so strange that they recruit to this level, but you don't have standout skill guys.
Yeah. Another soundbite I wanted to play for you is Will Anderson. Now, Will has become one of our favorite sound bites, and earlier this week, he threw out a car analogy, all right?
Okay.
People keep asking him about not going to the Heisman, this and that, and these awards and this and that. You know me, I love a good analogy.
Yeah.
Right along, if you will, with Will Anderson on this analogy.
The biggest thing, I had a conversation with my high school coach, and he was telling me that your body is your engine. And I'm a car, and the only thing you need to get going is that engine. And anything else that comes with it, any accolades, anything else, that's just to make you look nice. So as long as your engine is going in your car, you're fine. So for instance, me getting that Nagurski trophy, that was just a pair of rims on my car. It's not, so I think that's how you approach it. As long as your engine is there, you keep going on. Anything else, that's just to make you look nice.
That's fantastic.
So if those are rims getting the Nagurski, what is a national championship?
Or what's what's the Heisman?
I mean, is that full like great Italian Corinthian leather?
I think the Heisman's a lift kit.
Yeah, the whole everything.
Spinners. The lights underneath it. You get those lights, those neon lights under there.
Oh, those lights.
I'm hats off to him. I thought for a second he was about to forget Nagurski. I thought he was about to say, that award off.
That award. What was that one?
But the Nagurski is like, it's rims for me. It just makes me look better.
That is a good line. I like that.
He does have a great engine there, though. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Odie's, and we'll continue our conversation about the national championship game. in just a second after LT tells us about our friends at Odie's.
Hey, if you're looking for a place to just hang out, watch games, you can, obviously watch National Championship there Monday night. Enjoy some of that great food from Rodney Davis. He has been cooking it up for almost 3 decades. Get into Odie's Tavern, a Birmingham institution located in Crestline Village. From the burgers to the award-winning wings, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich. Ice-cold beer buckets, those huge styrofoam cups. They're famous for those. Get in, see Will Haver and that great staff today. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Jeff B. over in the Farmfolio chat room. Will Anderson is a Mack truck. Jeremy says it would be fuzzy dice on the mirror. It's what another award would be, or a national championship. Kerry says it'd be those truck nuts.
Oh, so when they back up, do those really work, or is it just for design?
Both, and I think remember the craze in the '90s of the beaded seats?
Oh yeah,
those are so uncomfortable. It's good for your back.
Every taxi cab driver had one.
They really did.
And are you one of those people? I see it every now and then that when you're parking a sunny parking lot and you get the cover on your windshield that people put up. I've seen a couple. Like I remember we used to do that probably at 85. Do you have one?
No, I do not have one at all.
You used to though, didn't you? Back in the day, no.
I've never had one, but. We used to work with a guy named Lenny Frazzaro, who was a fantastic guy. Was the sales manager. You worked for him more than anybody, Lance. Yeah. And he would do it every morning. He would pull up at WJOX, and he would pop that
in his Beamer.
In his Beamer every morning.
My question is that protecting the leather of your dash and your steering wheel, or is it keeping the
down.
car
keeps
cooler?
from getting hot.
I think it's a combination, too, because your leather, you'll see it on older cars. You'll get that cracked leather, and a lot of that is from the sun damage. But I remember the mid-'90s, the big thing was the club. Now, a lot of people didn't have it in Birmingham because you didn't have as many car thefts. But when I lived in L.A. for that minute, everyone had a club, including me. It was one of the first purchases I got.
But why did the club go away? Do we not? Do we have better, anti-theft systems in our car?
I think GPS.
Well, yeah, but also if you have a car alarm, I think 10 out of 10 people just
nobody pays
if
attention.
If it's not my car, that is so annoying. Somebody, I hope he turns it off. It could be getting stolen right now.
You assume somebody's just trying to find their car in the parking lot now. If the car alarm goes.
But
off.
Can you even hot wire a car anymore and drive it away?
That may be the
cars.
reason
why.
Yeah, but like Lance said, most cars have GPS now. You're not gonna. People still steal cars, but they're.
I think it's kind of a dying breed.
Yeah.
As soon as I say that, ours will get lifted this week. But
but the club went out of business, right?
Yeah,
Lose the Sprinter.
Yeah.
Come outside and the Sprinter's gone.
Oh, no.
That would suck. That would suck.
Yeah, we're stuck in Indianapolis, boys.
A mental note: make sure Brown signs all the paperwork in about 4 hours.
I don't like all the responsibility I'm taking on this trip, or I'm being foisted upon me.
You're getting a lot, man.
I really am.
You're gonna have a fun 4 days.
I really am.
You're just going to be the name of record on everything.
Okay.
I'm dealing with
Except
the
for
house.
the
I've been going back and forth.
Yeah.
Trying to find good taco joints for us, making sure that we've got DirecTV.
We are working on some reservations, right? I hope for Indianapolis.
It's tough.
Yeah, it's really tough.
The day Alabama beat Georgia, this is the honest to goodness truth. The day the next day, that Sunday, I'm back in Birmingham, and I think I need to check Saturday night, Sunday night at St. Elmo's Steakhouse. It's the famous steakhouse in Indianapolis. Could not get a reservation. Do you know how you put in 7:30, knowing I'm not going to get 7:30, but it's going to give me
you might
2
get
hours
5:30, you might get 9:30.
That's right. Nothing in your window. Check for nearest available. 4:30 Tuesday. The day, we'll be down the road, down 65 by then.
Yeah, see, I think we'd be okay if we sat at the bar, but the problem is, you normally can get 2 bar seats, but 3's nearly
impossible. 3's going to be tough. Yep. Do you mind standing?
I'll go somewhere else.
Oh, yeah. We'll never hear the end of that.
I'll eat in the van.
But Dunaway's the one that's got friends or knows people in Indianapolis. I don't know anybody, so you would think you'd be able to work some of your connections.
There was a door cracked for me 2 days ago. The offer was made to try to get us into St. Elmo's.
You can do it. Don't worry about us.
Yeah.
No. Seriously.
It was for us. It was for the 3 of us.
Well, I'm okay with us, but if it has to be you and LT or just you, go.
Sorry, he just wants us too. It's so weird.
This is the total setup right here, by the way.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. I've seen this play
as long
out.
as I know going in advance.
Yeah. UT, I'm interested. UT's the ticket. What's this ticket like?
Don't try to, get away from this. It's fine.
Well,
if it ends up being you and LT, it's fine.
I'm not going to call in the favor. I'm not going to do it.
Listen, I've eaten there. It's not it's great publicity. It's not that great.
Did you get the shrimp cocktail? That's what they're known for.
Exactly.
They're known for their shrimp cocktail?
Yes.
And it's a steak joint?
Well, their steaks are supposed to be really, really good, but what they're really famous for is their shrimp cocktail.
When did you eat there?
Oh,
I'm not even a shrimp cocktail guy.
This would have been...
it's got a spicy, the red sauce is really spicy.
I'm pretty sure it was St. Elmo's. It would have been 1991. Has it been there that long?
Oh, I would imagine, yeah.
I think it was 1991.
And you still remember you had a bad meal.
Of course he did. Well, that's his default assumption.
It was a meal, wasn't it?
Yes.
Amazing.
I think it's overrated.
I have heard it is overrated.
Yeah, if you've ever eaten at St. Elmo's in Indianapolis, I think it's a tourist trap. I'll go ahead and call it tourist trap. By the way, smaller than I thought it was going to be.
Of course.
I bet we'll be able to find another steak joint.
I bet
Think
we
about
can
how
find a better
cold it
one.
is. I don't know about you, but if I'm in my own town, I'm not going out for a steak in 9-degree weather.
Well, I don't. You're right about that. I'm not going to say that.
Tommy says, "Yep, overrated. Been St. Elmo's 2 or 3 times."
Okay, that's fine. I don't care. I just try to make a reservation, and you couldn't do it. Was my point.
Purvis, seriously, how hard is shrimp cocktail? Here's some cold ass shrimp.
It doesn't seem difficult.
Here's 6 peeled shrimp for $40 on crushed ice.
Hey, Rockstar,
good luck.
Put another one on the board. I don't know. I don't know if we said this on the air or not, or if it was on one of our video shows in Dallas. Another thing Dunaway was underwhelmed by, Dealey Plaza in Dallas.
Did he got shot here?
No.
Oh, Dunaway said anybody could have made the shot, right?
Yeah, I mean, on the video of the video that you always see,
the Zapruder film
from the assassination,
right.
It looks like he had to shoot it like 4 football fields.
Yeah, but you're saying like 99 out of 100 hunters right now in their tree stand in Coosa County could have made that shot.
Oh, I could find. There are people who shop at Nichols Outfitters or
Right.
bought the outdoor bundle from our friends at Pradco that could have made the same shot. It was a much easier shot than they portrayed it.
So we're
Nobody
sitting-
had to be trained
Two
by
shots.
the Soviets.
It's kind of a pressure shot, though.
Nobody had to be trained by the Soviets to make that
Me
shot.
and Dunaway and Aaron Suttles were headed to lunch. We were headed to Rodeo.
You think Booth had a better shot?
Well, it was point blank.
Yeah, hit that teeny tiny.
No, but I mean the aim on that back in the day.
Well, he had a
was
tiny
little
gun,
bit
yeah.
different.
But we're sitting at a stoplight, and I'm like, "Hey, Dunaway, Dealey Plaza's coming up. We're about to drive through it." He goes, "Oh, how close is it?" I go, "Well, that's the school book depository right there on the corner." And he goes, "Huh. Thought it looked better."
Yeah.
I mean, it's not.
I thought it was taller. I
it's
thought it was a
not
taller
regal.
building.
He goes to
Well,
not
what did I
regal
go to
at
the
all.
4th floor?
Yeah,
like that's it.
I mean, it's right. I'm like, they're searching what floor did he shoot it from. You only had 4 choices. It didn't
You
come
were
from the
so
ground.
hard to impress.
It didn't come from the
Guy got
ground him
assassinated.
going to Europe.
This is where
the
they stabbed
Coliseum.
Caesar?
Wait,
The funniest line though, Dunaway says this because he says, "God, I thought it'd be more impressive. It's not a very impressive building." Somebody in the chat on the video we were doing said, "Dunaway, it was literally a warehouse where they stored school books. What did you expect?"
you think Sistine Chapel's like? Yeah, it looks like he painted it upside down.
I mean,
hanging.
Daniel Moore does better.
Where's the block?
Bear Bryant reaching down and touching Nick Saban's finger.
Where's that one where Cornelius Bennett is knocking Birdline to heaven?
No, I think it's 50-50. We even have a sit-down dinner tonight.
Oh,
Tonight?
yeah, that is 50-50.
Wait. Tonight we're in charge of our own destiny.
Well, but
tonight
we won't be
can-
the earliest we're in Indianapolis.
I think we're going to be torn on this because I think you and I are going to want to stop earlier, and I think he's going to want to push through.
No, I'm fine. I don't care.
I'm okay with stopping in Nashville, having a sit-down dinner, and if he wants to keep driving, we drive on.
Brown's like the divorced dad that has the kids this weekend.
I know. I really am.
Dunaway would be underwhelmed by the Egyptian pyramids. I am told they're smaller than I think they
But
are.
you know what? You know what I think is crazy about that surprises people about the pyramids?
You told me this. This blows my mind.
They are right on the edge of town.
Oh,
I mean,
I'll
it's
show you.
like-
There's a shot.
there's like, I mean,
so's the Luxor.
But seriously,
the Bass Pro Shop in Memphis.
Is the Luxor? Is that a? Is that
to scale?
Is that to scale?
I have no idea. Was the pyramid in Memphis?
The pyramid in Memphis, is that
Bass
close
Pro
to
Shop now?
scale?
Was that to scale?
I don't know.
I mean,
No.
I've heard they're smaller than you think they are.
I don't know if they're smaller than you think they are, but literally there's like resorts that are next door. I mean, it's like pyramid, a little bit of sand, Hilton Resort or Marriott
Say
Resort.
that to the dude that was moving those blocks.
Well, I mean, obviously it was hard work.
You think lunch break was exciting for them?
Yeah. What
was it John Ed said?
You know what they
John
needed
Ed
back
say?
then was nut dust, right?
Oh, I bet.
What did John Ed say?
Yeah, you think they'd be more excited about the weekend? Oh no, Rockstar! There's a Pizza Hut right next door.
So from a Pizza Hut, you can see the pyramids.
No way, you can see the pyramids from a Pizza Hut.
Yeah, that's not the shot I'm looking for, but there's a shot from the pyramids from there's there's one side where you can see just full desert, and then the other side you see commercial buildings and because of course they got to market off the tourism.
That's the one they always show you is they're shooting from the buildings. You don't know the buildings there. It's like, oh, it's just out in the middle of the desert. That's throwback, man. Let's go to the pyramids.
That's what I thought it was like a 3-hour journey by
I know.
camel.
You would think, wouldn't you? Yeah. That's
running around.
I
can get a buffet and salad at Pizza Hut and walk over to the thing. Now that looks pretty big off in the distance there.
Yeah. I wonder if the pyramid.
Can you give me stories by American Stories there as far as how
Can
high
you go
that
in
is?
the pyramid?
I don't know. There's some I don't think.
I think you can, but
there's a structure issue or stuff like that. But
Kurt Russell and James Spader did, right?
Yeah, Tom Cruise did too.
You go in, you get cursed though. You come back out with scorpions.
Well, maybe you need to go in.
Get
you come out a new man.
455 feet tall.
That's
the height.
That's massive.
What's that? 45 stories?
How big is the? Let me see how big the pyramid.
I'll put it in perspective real quick. That's 4 times the Redmond Hotel.
Well, how many pyramids are there? I mean,
there's
I saw
3. I think.
There's a ton. Well, there's 3 that you can see, but there's different. There's ones that you don't think structurally that look like a pyramid. There's some that don't casually look like that.
But there are 3 of the Great Pyramids.
Mm-hmm.
Did the architect get fired on that one?
He had a lazy day. He had a deadline.
Yeah.
Thank God it's Friday.
Well, I mean, if it's 45 stories high, that's going to impress me.
I will tell you, the pyramids are low on my list, though. I'd like to see them.
I'm with you.
But there are other things I'd rather be on a beach in Greece.
Yeah, I'm with Lance on that one.
Or maybe we can. Maybe our connecting flight would be at the pyramids on the way to Greece, or our exit flight.
Honestly, if I could go to Vegas today or the pyramids, that's tough.
If you could go to Luxor or the actual pyramids, you'd go to the Luxor.
If I could teleport, I might go to the
actual pyramids.
Yeah, but think about it. If you go to Vegas, you get the pyramids. You can also see the Eiffel Tower.
You can see a show tonight.
You see a show tonight. Get a sit-down meal and watch some fountain squirt.
Oh, wow. Hey, look, they're squirting.
What's it called when the Bellagio does the
I don't know. The fountains just do this. They don't squirt.
Yeah, they don't squirt.
Initiate squirt sequence.
That's more of a gush.
All right, quick break here. Part of our show today being brought to you by our great friends at Michelson Laser Vision. If you want to be able to see clearly the pyramids, get that laser vision update from our friends at Michelson.
This needs to be the year of vision for you. Look, you've been procrastinating forever. You've thought about LASIK. You owe it to yourself. I finally did it. It's 20 years ago. I went in. I got screened to make sure I was a potential candidate. I was after the procedure, which only took 12 minutes. I went from 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts or glasses to 20/15 vision. I've still got it. Call this number, write it down, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation to see if LASIK is right for you. For more information, you can also go online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Did you guys know there's a soda called Squirt? LT's neighbor said. I think I remember that.
I've had that, I think.
I thought Brown loved it.
No, that's Sundrop. Yeah, but I think they're pretty much the same.
Dave says, "Excuse me, did Dunaway just say squirt?"
Yes.
I did. I don't know why that word came out of my mouth.
Yeah.
We are back in a moment on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2020, but I've been crazy about fishing since I was a kid. You know, my new job, it gives me plenty of time off, so I know I'll be back to the lake in no time. I'm making great money, staying in shape at the gym at work, and I have a take-home car, which saves the miles on my truck. And it's not all cops and robbers either. You know, during my training, I learned to do an aerial search in a helicopter. Who gets to do that at work? Last week, we helped find a veteran suffering from Alzheimer's who just wandered off. See, that's a job I can feel great about doing.
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and Insta.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
True or false, Tommy Firestick in the Farmfolio chat room says the Luxor in Vegas has the most suicides from inside leaping to their death than the rest of the Vegas hotels combined since it opened.
You know, that is...
Bad bragging point.
Believe that to be true or not?
I don't know.
Okay, so think of hotels that have the outside. You guys had to help me in my room one night. Where were we?
That was in Atlanta.
That was so scary, though.
But there's not a lot of hotels like that in Vegas.
Yeah, I will tell you, though, that scares me to death because the one you were at,
I think it was Marriott Marquis.
It was, I mean, it only comes up to about your waist, a little above it.
Yeah, they need to make those a little higher.
It's right at your center of gravity.
Yeah.
The Luxor is 350 feet, which is 100 feet shorter than the actual pyramid. So that's incredible to me that the Egyptian pyramid, if you think about that, it was slave labor that built it. They built a bigger pyramid than Vegas built the Luxor Hotel. So that's pretty incredible.
100 feet difference.
Yeah.
That's
454 is what the actual pyramid is, and the Luxor is 350.
Wow. Impressive information you get right here on the Next Round. Ticket prices and at the National Championship and our 3 and Out after LT and Rockstar give us the viewing menu brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yes, New Life Art. Bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call for more information, 1-800-735-2787. They've got those 2022 calendars. Working on that Bryce Young Heisman portrait right now. To view that, go to danielmooreart.com.
Well, what if they win a national championship? I bet.
What if?
Maybe a national championship one too.
What if? Did anybody sample Joe Millionaire last night? I watched the first segment and tapped out.
No.
So, if you were doing this, if you had two people, one of them is a millionaire, how would you do the reveal?
Oh.
Just to the viewers, not to the women.
So you're talking about after the show concludes?
Yeah, like how would you, if I give you that idea, how do you roll with it? Like we're going to have two bachelors on there. One of them's a millionaire, one's not. The girls don't know. How would you go about telling the viewers?
I would call and listen to their bank account balance.
No, I'm saying like for the viewers, too, if you're the producer.
I would show the aerial of the house that the non-millionaire lives in, his place of residence, and then I would go into the house and see how junky it is. Here's somebody like shaving or running water in the bathroom, and then the guy walks out.
What I was saying is that I think that should be, I'm talking about programming wise, that the viewers don't know who the millionaire is either. I think they should.
I kind of agree with you on
they
that.
revealed it in the first segment that it's not your ponytail guy like this. The other guy, he owns a big farm or something like that. He's a millionaire, and the other guy's not. So the viewers already know that within the first segment. Then all the girls they have a little British butler that has to announce everything. This is not a joke. One of these men is a millionaire. Oh my God! One of them is not. So it was.
What's
awful.
the other guy do for a living? Did they say?
I didn't watch. I just know the rich guy flies a helicopter.
Not a damn thing, bro.
He gambles.
They did tell him to take
He's
his
a
hair.
landmine.
They did tell him to take his hair ponytail. He did the thing like that, and all the girls were like, "Oh my God!" So,
But that's the poor guy.
yeah,
That's got the ponytail.
There are so many people that worked at one time before the pandemic in the service industry that just aren't working right now. I think they should have made it mandatory that the other guy was one of those guys that's just collecting unemployment right now.
Oh, and they do the big reveal like, what do you have? I have student debt. I have, okay. Anyway, tonight, Netflix has a new show called Hype House. This is just awful. Get inside a look at social media's most talked about stars as they navigate love, fame, and friendship while creating content and living together. That's what y'all are going to do this weekend, a little bit
That's
of a Hype
right.
House.
Create some content and live together.
Guess what I finished last night?
Dune.
Your vegetables.
No, Cobra Kai. Little Man Came Over.
yeah.
We knocked 5 episodes out a few nights ago. We knocked 5 out last night, so I am done with season 4.
How long are episodes?
30 minutes.
Okay.
It was really, really good. I agree with him. I think it was the best season yet.
Well, Amazon Prime, Lunsford reminded me of this. Never heard of the thing. New movie, original, called Tender Bar. A boy seeks a replacement for his father, who disappeared shortly after his birth, and bonds with his uncle and the patrons at a bar. Stars Ben Affleck, directed by George Clooney. Did anybody hear about this one?
No, not at all.
I'd check it out, though.
It's an Amazon Prime original movie, premieres tonight.
They did drop the Ozark trailer.
Yeah, I haven't seen the trailer. I
Have
saw
you
the
not seen
teaser.
it?
I saw the teaser 2 or 3 weeks
Is
ago.
it a full-length trailer?
4 minutes. 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
It's really good.
It's the season 4 trailer. It's a whole season trailer. It's very well done.
Easy to find at Big Lead, or you can just, while you're here on our YouTube channel, hit a new window and just search it over there. Is it a Karate G? The
gi.
The
Gi.
gi. The gi.
Yo, I'm the Karate G. I kick your ass in rhyme.
Good bracket challenge. Loser has to wear a gi for a week.
Oh, that'd be easy.
I'll do a wrestling singlet.
That's pajamas.
Yeah, it does look comfortable.
Yeah,
I know
it
you got a
does.
point here. The Tender Bar, 52% on Rotten Tomatoes.
The gi emoji is all over social media with Alabama fans getting ready to go up because of the Mechie starting the crane from Cobra Kai or back then. So you see that bouncing around. That's what's going on. Joe Goodman with a good read today on how, quote unquote, Gump Karate is trying to take down the national championship this year.
Gump Karate.
So you can check that out, AL.com. It's in our morning rounds this morning at nextroundlive.com.
Memphis Pyramid smaller than the Luxor.
Bobby says in the Farmfolio chat room on our pre-show top 10 list of things I was expecting to hear on TNR today, the heights of the Egyptian pyramids came in around 87.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Giza one, that's the bigger. Then they've got a couple others that are slightly smaller. But they're both, Giza's bigger than the Luxor and the Memphis Pyramid.
Do you
which
think
is
anybody's
surprising.
ever built their house in the shape of a pyramid?
Somebody's done that, yeah.
Oh, Nicolas Cage.
Oh, he had a pyramid?
I think he's one that was buying castles and everything.
I'd rather
He
have
had,
a castle.
Yeah.
Since you bring up Nicolas Cage, I think today's his birthday.
I didn't do 3 and out, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's his birthday.
You know,
today.
one thing you wouldn't need with a pyramid? Gutter cap.
You know, they built.
I bet, see, Stu, if we lived in a society of pyramids, he'd have to find something else to do.
There you are.
Not a bad birthday list today. Nicolas Cage, Lamar Jackson, F1 driver Lewis Hamilton, Jeremy Renner. You like Jeremy Renner?
I like Jeremy Renner a lot. Angry Jeremy.
You know what I
Renner's
like
one
Jeremy
we
Renner in was American Hustle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As Carmine. He was really good in that.
He was really good.
I thought in The Town, Hurt Locker was probably his best. He's really good in that new show, the Mayor of, I watch it.
The Mayor of Kingstown.
Yeah, Mayor of Kingstown, yeah. It's just basically Yellowstone in the city.
What was the one he did in the Indian reservation where he was the investigator?
Oh, it was Wind
River?
You talking about a hell of a shot. He could have made the shot at Dealey.
And that was a depressing movie.
He could have easily made it.
Kenny Loggins as well.
With a glass eye, he could have. Kenny Loggins, I'm going to say, is 74.
I don't have the age here in front of me. I can chase it down. All right, ticket prices. Tease that for a couple of times. And our friends at ATIX had told us that if Michigan was in this thing, it was going to be a tough ticket.
Yeah.
While Michigan and Cincinnati was still alive, get-in price in Indianapolis was $1,314. According to Ticket IQ.
That was at what point?
That was before the morning as you woke up for the semifinals with Michigan and Cincinnati still
when
alive.
Michigan was still alive, all right?
It has gone nothing but drop since Michigan was eliminated. Last night when Ticket IQ turned off the computers, the get-in price was $424.
That's not bad for one of these games. I don't know what face is.
To me, it's great value. One of the problems, though, is the Indy hotel scene. I think that's got something to do with it. I think the flights... And I think they did open some directs from Birmingham. But, Brown, you dealt with the hotels on the front end. And,
awful.
And hotels are almost impossible. And that's one of the reasons I had to go through Verbo to get us that house.
I've had people hitting me up knowing if I know of any hotels. Like, hey, where are the media staying? Do they have any extra rooms? I don't know the answer. I know the first answer, don't know the second answer.
Yeah, J.W. Marriott.
Yeah, Charles says $575 were her tickets through the university. So I guess that's face.
Yeah, and probably pretty good seats, knowing Charles's contributions.
I have no idea.
But depends on where you are. There's some face that get way up there.
Yeah. I mean, this is not a cheap game. That was another thing about this. But we've been to all these. Have any of them not been a full house? Like, I was shocked at how good the crowd was in Santa Clara. I thought Santa Clara would be an abject disaster.
Last year wasn't, but I guess it was because of COVID.
Well, yeah, because of COVID.
I'd say it wasn't a full house, though, in Santa Clara.
In Santa Clara?
Yeah. But it was a good crowd.
I remember being blown away how good the crowd actually was.
Purvis says club level for this is still $2,500 to $4,500, depending on the amenities.
I cannot believe they can get that kind of price for Alabama and Georgia.
It is the national championship game. We'll be there coming up on Monday night. When we come back, we'll do our 3 and Out today. Still to come, Bruce Feldman at 11 o'clock. In 3 and Out, we'll talk a little bit about some college football and the NFL playoffs coming up. It is next right here in the next round. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Yeah, Dunaway, you can go by Nichols Outfitters and see one of the top firearm showrooms in the entire world and the state's best bow technical team. Nichols Outfitters has the inventory and expertise to get you what you are looking for that hunting season. Off exit 242 in Pelham or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
The Next Round's national championship coverage is presented by JohnstonRVCenter.com, Wayne Smart Pest Services, Champy's world-famous chicken, Culver's Welcome to Delicious, and Adam Mestre with MD Realty. It's the chase for a championship on The Next Round.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
One of our great sponsors that's sending us to the national championship game is Rockstar's man, Adam Mestre.
It is Adam Mestre. And you know, Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Thinking of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now, because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing your home. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Michael says, LT, you're right on the nose with Kenny Loggins, 74 years old today.
How about what Dave is saying there? Because the media hotel was the JW Marriott, right?
Yes.
It was.
He's right about this, by the way.
Yeah. It was a very discounted price, but more than we were willing to pay. For the media, we get a discount rate. It's part of the deal they have with the college football playoffs. The other rooms available were hefty, and he says it was $1,000 a night. And you found that to be true.
Well, I did find that to be true, and based on the amount of people that have hit me up asking if I thought there would be rooms there, knowing it was $1,000 a night, there are no rooms in Indianapolis.
Well, see, and this is what happens with this ticket. If I'm a Georgia fan, I'm like, okay, I'm getting great value. I can get in and see my team maybe win a national championship for $500. But most of the time when I was paying $1,000 or more for a ticket, I was getting a $150, $200 hotel room.
I'll tell you what's scary about this is I've got at least one friend who is trying to do the game day flight up into Indianapolis and make the game.
It is super risky flying right now.
With that travel, man.
So it's not on one of those like fan charter.
No.
It's on, I'm actually doing commercial airline.
Because you're dealing with commercial airline A, which you never know what you're going to get.
It's a crapshoot.
Now you've got weather, and then you got COVID.
Yep.
And the cancellations because of the COVID are indoor, the weather somewhere. It is a crapshoot. I think he says that he's going to try to make it by the show. He's landing and should be able to make it over to us by noon.
I will tell you, and I'm not going to throw the name out there, but I was blown away at how relatively, let me say this, inexpensive flying private can be. Because we know...
The number I gave you earlier?
Well, I know 9 guys that are taking a private flight up on Monday, and I think the total for them is $11,000. Now, where you get into the price where it gets really expensive is when you have pilot time, when you stay a day or two over, and then you're getting charged for that pilot to be there for a day or two, and you got to put them up. But if you're just in and out, I mean, that's not bad. A little over $1,000 when you're talking about $1,000 for a hotel room.
No, there's no doubt. So that's fly up, go to game, fly back for $11,000.
Yeah, and any time. So you name the time you want to fly out on Monday, and you name the time you want to fly back.
Yeah.
Wow, that is. I mean, you're right. That's $1,000 a head. The hotels are that right now. I mean, that's really not that crazy.
Yeah. That's not bad. And that
now it might be Major League. They might have duct tape on the propeller. He said it's a King Air. He said it's pretty nice.
I mean, I got a wheels up price earlier this morning, and it's $5,000 a flying hour, an hour flight. For every 1 hour you fly, it's $5,000.
Okay, but to Indy, what do you think the flight is?
About an hour. Yeah,
maybe.
I think this person told me they got there about 50 minutes.
Yeah, so that's probably about right.
The pilot gets in, assistant rockstar goes. He's got on his leather bomber.
So we're going to be driving
First day.
in a Sprinter van with Han Solo behind the wheel across Planet Hoth when we actually could jump in a plane, be there in an hour.
All right.
And then do what? Then have no
stories.
No
well, can we do
stories
this?
to
And I
tell.
hate to leave Rockstar out of this, but can we do a mystery fifth hour on the way up?
I don't know how I would, if I'm driving, which from the sounds of it I am.
I thought I was driving to Nashville.
I don't know how I would mic myself up. I mean, I can't drive in a headset.
I can.
That's safe.
Wait, Earnhardt Jr. does it all the time.
When somebody is literally in his headset telling him where every car is.
Clear,
me in the
clear
back.
left side. Clear left side.
Clear.
Clear top. Clear top. Got him by 2. Got him by 2. Got him by 1. Clear.
It would drive me crazy. Do you ever, like when they tap into those during like Daytona or Talladega, I'm like, I cannot imagine 3 hours of that.
And you can't understand it. Can we not fix the communication?
Yeah, it's not like he's on the
Did
moon.
you say crash up ahead? I can't hear what you said.
Oh, yeah, there was a crash, by the way.
Sex? You want sex? All right.
No, stupid.
Let's do 3 and Out. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Again, anything you need bumper to bumper, our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they can handle for you and your family, whether it's the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Stop in to one of those 4 locations or online, vulcantireandauto.com.
First down.
Who's at their current job longer? DJ Durkin, just arriving at Texas A&M, or Pete Golding at Alabama?
Well, the weird thing about DJ Durkin, Lance, is, he's got the stain on his resume from his time at Maryland. Otherwise, the guy would be hot ticket for a head coach right now.
Well, there's a good chance he'd still be Maryland's head coach. But I do think because of that baggage, I think Golding he gets more respect from outside of the Alabama family.
Yeah.
And I think with another national championship, possibly Monday night, I think Pete Golding is going to be a head coach at the end of next year. I will be really surprised if Golding is around after 2023.
I also would not be stunned if Pete Golding left if DJ Durkin wasn't his replacement in Tuscaloosa. That wouldn't stun me.
Yeah, because Nick Saban wanted to hire him immediately.
And he did.
After the controversy up in Maryland.
Had him as like an analyst and caught all kinds of flack for it. And now the guy's,
he's back into jobs. He's well respected, Durkin is. I'll throw in there, maybe not even as defensive coordinator nobody wants to play this scenario out, but if Nick Saban says, hey, I win it on Monday night and I'm stepping down, who is the guy that replaces him at this point? Does Pete Golding ascend up? Is it Bill O'Brien?
No.
Well, you guys talk like Pete Golding opened up a mustard-based barbecue shop in Tuscaloosa. Let's do second down.
Second down.
True or false? Georgia wins 3 more national championships faster than they've won their next one since 1980.
Oh, that is false.
Yeah, that's false.
Yeah. So you're telling me they win 3 over the next 40 years? Or shorter than 40 years?
Yes.
No, that's false.
So you don't think this could open up a floodgate if they win on Monday night?
Yeah, I can almost guarantee you that we will not see Georgia win 3 more.
Yeah.
Ever? In your lifetime?
No.
I would feel pretty good about that, actually, in my lifetime.
I'd love to see how the Farmfolio chat room feels, because who's out recruiting Georgia right now?
Well,
who's been out recruiting them for the last 5 years, though? Outside of Alabama, possibly.
So they've been knocking. Once they get over the Alabama hump, who's going to stop them?
That's what they said with Clemson.
Yeah.
Well, they've won 2. Clemson has.
Yeah. Ohio State.
They've won a couple.
Yeah, they've won 1.
They've won 1.
In the playoff era, yeah.
Yeah. It's hard, man.
It is. And here's the way I see this.
Alabama's winning the others.
Well,
when Alabama is no longer winning the others, somebody fills that void.
But I think Alabama and Georgia, they're not going anywhere. Ohio State's not going anywhere. I think Clemson is going to bounce back. I think USC is about to become a major power.
So 40 years in the Farmfolio chat room, do you think Georgia can win 3 national championships in 40 years? Let me know there. Let's do third down.
Third down.
Over under, Derrick Henry rushes for 100.5 yards in his first playoff game this year. Over or under that?
I'll take the under on that.
So I am guessing right now they're going to be your 1 seed. They are going to be playing more than likely a 4 seed who is, I'm just going to guess, I'm going to guess Cincinnati.
All right.
Because I think Cincinnati will lose this week without Burrow to Cleveland. Against Cincinnati's defense, I'm going to go over.
You're going to go over. Yeah. So I'm sort of with Brown here. It seems like an easy over. Focal point, hadn't played all year, little rusty. I would go under the 100.5 as well.
But it could be Buffalo or New England. It could be playing New England, right?
Yeah. That becomes stingy there.
It does.
Stingy run attack there.
Fourth down.
So go back for a stake on that one. On fourth down, more playoff wins in his career as the quarterback of the Bengals. Joe Burrow or Boomer Esiason?
How many did Boomer have?
I needed to look that up and forgot to look that up.
Jeez.
But Boomer won some. Joe Burrow's got 0 right now. I meant to go back and look that up.
I'll go Joe Burrow. Boomer, again, really, really good career. Burrow's got something special about him.
Seemed like Boomer won at least 2. He won a couple.
And it's almost like Burrow, as good as he was in college, the last month he's almost made that transition, and it's almost the Burrow we saw in 2019. Somebody's got to cover Jamar Chase.
And having Jamar Chase has helped that out. I mean, that was a risky move by Cincinnati when they picked him, but it ended up being fantastic.
Look, T. Higgins is really good. I think Tyler Boyd is underrated. Joe Mixon is maybe the most underrated running back right now in the NFL. So he's got so many weapons. They've got 2 1,000-yard receivers, a 1,000-yard rusher, and a 4,000-yard passer that are all under the age of 25 years old.
3 is your answer, by the way.
So 3 playoff wins for Boomer?
3 and 2 in his career. I
don't think Burrow gets one this year.
Yeah, I don't know if he can get to 3.
Yeah, I don't know if he can either.
Yeah, I think I'd take Boomer.
I'll lean Burrow, but it's going to be tough.
I would lead Burrow. That is 3 and Out, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Again, locally owned and operated. If you need that car winterized, take it in. They can do anything you need, bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
I miss it when Lunsford reads my questions and we rave about how good they are. Man, great question that is right there. When we come back, LT asked an interesting question because I keep hearing, some really respected analysts say, I know Georgia this and it's a rematch, but I like Alabama because it's the best coach and best quarterback in the game. Best coach, best quarterback usually wins. When we come back, if Alabama doesn't win, is this the best coach quarterback combination not to win a national championship? We'll talk about that next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
How would you like to be responsible for ruining Christmas for millions of little boys and girls? If your roof isn't in good enough shape for Santa and his reindeer to land, you could mess up the entire schedule. For the sake of children all over the world, it's time to call Cardinal Roofing to have your roof inspected. Cardinal Roofing has more than 500 5-star reviews and can do most jobs in one day. And they can also finance your new roof. 205-900-ROOF, 205-900-7663. Mention you heard this on the next round and receive $100 off your next roof replacement. Happy holidays to all from Cardinal Roofing. What's new at Beef O'Brady's this holiday season? A new location. Beef O'Brady's just opened a new location at Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. A great happy hour, food specials every Monday through Thursday, and great food and sports all week long. Open 7 days a week with more than 22 televisions and the Sunday ticket. It is your place to unwind, relax, and watch your favorite team play. Beef O'Brady's in Hoover, Helena, and now in Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's. Good food, good sports.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, still to come, Bruce Feldman, already Charles Barkley on the show. This hour of the show being brought to you by Champy's world-famous fried chicken. There's never been a food establishment I wish was right down the hill from right here than Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Love, love, love their tamales. Chicken on a stick's unbelievable. Great great southern sides to go with the wonderful world-famous fried chicken, poor boys chicken tenders, you name it, they got it. Your home for Blues, Brews, and Bird. ChampysChicken.com. Check out that menu right there. I've got one about 20 feet away in my office over there. Keep one in my drawer. Just love the place. It's Champy's world-famous fried chicken. They bring you this hour of the show. UAB wins in basketball last night. Another quad one win for the Blazers. Where were they? 37 in the net?
37 when I looked at it, yeah.
Up to 37 in the net today. 69-63 over to the North Texas team that was in the NCAA tournament last year. Didn't North Texas win a game last year, too?
I think they did.
I think they advanced last year as well. 5 straight now for the Blazers. And they did not trail from 5:58 on in the game in a tough road environment. Zach Calzada is your quarterback at Auburn, or at least in the quarterback room. He picked Auburn yesterday over other schools after he hit the transfer portal. Zach Evans officially at Ole Miss, the 5-star TCU running back. And the future sites of the national championship selected for the 24 and 25 season, January of 2025 and January of 2026. Vegas and Miami fall in line to host the College Football National Championship. We leave for Indy today. Next year we'll be in L.A., then Houston, Vegas, and Miami over the next 5 years for the College Football National Championship. Also, UAB announcing their home opener next football season at Protective Stadium on Thursday, September 1st. They'll play Alabama A&M. They made that announcement yesterday. The SWAC team, always a great following for the Bulldogs there. Last time UAB and Alabama A&M played the opener, 45,212 at Legion Field for that one. That would pack out Protective. You get the same crowd for that one. And the Legion FC announced their home opener March 13th, also at Protective Stadium against powerhouse Tampa Bay, the Rowdies. So you can get your Legion FC tickets right there. Those are your headlines to start this hour of the show. LT, the conversation that you want to get to here is about best coach quarterback not to win a national championship. If it happens for Bryce Young and Nick Saban on Monday, if Georgia wins this thing, where do they fall in line of some great quarterback coaches combinations? The first one I think of is really Tua and Nick Saban in 2018. Now, Tua, in a relief role, won a national championship, but as the all-season-long starter, never got to win one. So he's always in a precarious place for me because he is a national championship quarterback, but he was only QB1 for one half.
Yeah. Look, I think there's 3 really good examples. I do think this could be the top model, though, the best coach-quarterback combination to not win a national championship if they lose Monday night. But I've got 3 others that are in the mix.
Yeah. So you're not saying the coach never won one. They just didn't win one with this quarterback.
Yeah, together. Number 3 on my list would be Frank Beamer and Michael Vick.
Well, that's so weird. I was thinking about them for number 1.
Yeah.
Frank Beamer was a good coach. I don't know if he was an elite coach.
He's a Hall of Fame coach.
He's a Hall of Fame coach, but I've got better coaches on this list.
Beamer and Vick, that was the BCS era, right?
And that was Vick's first year as a starting quarterback. And look, Vick in today's game would be fantastic. He was such a unique quarterback. Remember, that was his redshirt freshman year.
Yep.
His first year as a starting quarterback.
Lost to Florida State, right, in the Sugar Bowl.
Had
Sugar
the lead
Bowl.
in the first half, but then ended up getting blown out in the second half.
But didn't they get off to a slow start in the first quarter, and then he built into it? I was trying to remember watching that game.
I think they were leading at halftime.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
My number 2 on the list would be Steve Spurrier and Danny Werfel when they lost to Nebraska.
Yeah, that's true. It's hard to remember that Spurrier won his with...
I think it might have been with Werfel the year before.
Okay.
Or the year after. Yeah, they won it the year after.
He won it in 95.
They won it, 95 season, 96. They lost the 94, 95 Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah.
But I think we forget how good of a quarterback Werfel was.
Unbelievable, especially in that fun and gun. Receivers, throwing to spots. Werfel was fantastic.
So would you give me that combination probably better than Vick and Beamer?
Yeah.
And then I think the best to never win one, at least until this point, maybe I'm a little biased, 2005, Matt Leinart, Pete Carroll.
They didn't win one together?
They did win one together, but they lost.
They lost it the next year.
So I guess they won one outright. They split, and then they lost one.
So Vol fan says, how about Phillip and Peyton? I mean, that's it. Phil Fulmer, Peyton Manning is really, really hard to believe, especially when you consider that Fulmer turned right around after Manning left and won it the next year.
With T. Martin.
For whatever reason, and this probably isn't fair because there was a minute in time where Fulmer had the highest winning percentage of an active coach, but just the way it went down, the way he went out, a guy that was forced out, basically fired, it's hard to remember him as one of the best coaches in college football.
He won a national championship, though.
I know, but so did there's other guys, Larry Coker, Gene
I know
Chiswick.
that, but I would have to say Philip Fulmer's track record is far better than Larry Coker or Gene Chiswick.
And obviously Peyton Manning's in the conversation, or even
one of the greatest
those
college
guys.
players of all time.
Brooks says Fulmer, Manning, Harbaugh, and Luck at Stanford, Spurrier and Grossman, and Carroll and Palmer. I was going to go Carroll and Palmer the year before Leinart in 2003. Carson Palmer, was he the Heisman Trophy winner?
He did. He won the Heisman Trophy. They ended up going to the Orange Bowl. They beat Iowa. It was a 10-win USC team, but they lost a couple of games. They got really good towards the end of the year.
Look, there's still a lot to be written, but Ryan Day and Justin Fields. I mean, Justin Fields is a tremendous college quarterback. Went on to be a top 10 pick in the NFL.
But I think they're in the same situation. So you go Dwayne Haskins, who looked like one of the best quarterbacks in the history of Ohio State, to Justin Fields, who is better. C.J. Stroud is better than Justin Fields. He is. And you'll see that next year.
96 on the national championship for Florida. Bryce is right. Thank you for the correction there. So Young and Saban, just the Saban credentials would get up there, and then Bryce being a Heisman Trophy winner.
I mean, we all agree Saban's the best ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Young as good as these quarterbacks that we mentioned? I don't know yet, but...
Oh, you won the Heisman Trophy, so you start there. So he's the best quarterback this year.
I mean, I think he was better than Michael Vick that year, but he had a ton more talent around him. I mean, you got to remember Michael Vick was playing with Virginia Tech players.
Yeah. I don't know that I put him in front of Warfel yet.
Yeah, I don't know if I would either.
I mean, Bob Stoops had a lot of really good quarterbacks.
Can't put him in front of Leinart yet. Leinart had so much experience by that time.
But you're right,
Bob Stoops had a lot of good quarterbacks that won Heisman trophies and didn't win national championships. And then you can go to Lincoln Riley, whatever credentials you give Lincoln Riley, with the quarterbacks he had to never win a national championship.
Was Stoops' last one Baker Mayfield? Was that the last one he coached before Riley took over?
I don't know if Baker started a year for him. It might have been Landry Jones.
Landry Jones, yeah. I mean, Landry stayed in the NFL for a little bit. So Lincoln Riley coached Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray,
and Jalen
Hurts, and didn't win a national championship.
And I would say your best combination was Kyler Murray.
Really?
I would think so.
I think the best numbers are Baker Mayfield. I think if you just go with the pure statistical argument.
Yeah, and you know what? Your best team was the Baker Mayfield team, but you guys saw Kyler Murray in that Orange Bowl.
I did. He was phenomenal. Yeah. I mean, down 28-0, and
he was running for his life.
He was running for his life that whole game. And look, Alabama got soft on defense there late. They were up 28-0. They knew that Oklahoma could never mount enough to win that game. So he had he had some room there, but
what about Oregon? Was there a quarterback?
Mariota was great, but remember, Helfrich was his head coach.
Okay. Yeah, who was Kelly's best quarterback?
Dennis
Dixon, who got hurt.
Yeah, the guy that got hurt.
I mean, because you're always going to have guys, one side or another is heavier, if this makes any sense. Like, for instance, Cam Newton, outweighed Gene Chiswick. Now, he won a national championship, but I was using that as an example of you're always going to have one where you had a phenomenal quarterback and a coach that happened to win a championship or get close.
Which is why Peyton Manning and Philip Fulmer, for some people, which is very popular, Bobby, Fulmer, and Peyton, better than Beamer and Vic. Stoops and Jason White, though, also into the conversation.
I mean, Jason White won a Heisman.
That was system, though.
Yeah, I never liked him. I always thought that was such an overrated. He was such an overrated quarterback.
If they do lose on Monday, if Bryce and Saban don't win this, then he'll have one more year to have that opportunity. But what will be interesting, and I think this could be the last of something we'll see for a long time if Georgia wins on Monday, and that's Stetson Bennett's a good quarterback, but he's not elite.
No.
And when you start to look at the last 5 years of national championships, you've got to have elite quarterback play. I mean, you do. There's just so many elite quarterbacks, and they're such difference makers. And I think this could be the outlier for the next 5 or 10 years. I just don't think you're going to see another quarterback like Stetson Bennett win a national championship.
Well, that's become, the game keeps transitioning with rules and style of play to the quarterback touches the ball so much. I mean, everyone will argue that Will Anderson is the best player on the field in this game, but he doesn't have the instant impact as much as Bryce Young does on every play. So he controls the game a lot more than Will Anderson does.
Is Joseph joking over there?
Well, no, it's just funny in hindsight In the Farm Folio chat room, he says Patrick Mahomes at Cliff Kingsbury.
He couldn't get him to a bowl game.
No, but in hindsight, Mahomes the best quarterback in the league. Kingsbury, for a minute, had the best team in the NFL this year.
Worst combo is, Brooks brought this up. Is it Les Miles and Jordan Jefferson?
To actually have won one?
Or would it be Ken
on the flip
Dorsey
side-
and Larry Coker?
I mean, Ken Dorsey played
He
in the
was a
NFL.
good quarterback.
Oh, Bobby with a good one. Did Dan Marino not win one with Jackie Sherrill?
I thought they did win one.
Was Marino the quarterback?
No, you're
Tony
right.
Dorsett.
That was at 77.
That was 76 or 77, yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah, that's a good one, Jackie Sherrill and Dan Marino.
Now, where are we on Jackie Sherrill? He's a Hall of Fame coach.
He's a Hall of Fame coach. He never won a national championship, but
he's not in the conversation of Steve Spurrier, Pete Carroll, probably not even Frank Beamer.
I mean, there's reason to question how he did it, but Jackie Sherrill won everywhere he went.
He would have liked NIL.
Yes, very much
I mean,
so.
you could go back to a lot of Bo and Woody at Ohio State and Michigan, or some Notre Dame, but those quarterbacks were not fantastic. I mean, they were legendary coaches, but when they did not win a championship, I don't know if they had fantastic quarterbacks. I guess, did Lloyd Carr and Tom Brady win one? I mean, Tom wasn't considered great, though, in Michigan.
No, I mean, he split time with Drew Henson.
The way he lit Bam up in that Orange Bowl.
He did. He had a good Orange Bowl.
Was he on the team, though, in 97? Didn't they win it in 97?
He was not. That was Brian Greasy.
Brian
quarterback,
Greasy,
though.
yeah. Deshaun Watson and Dabo.
Mike Price and Ryan Leaf.
Ooh, Deshaun Watson and Dabo
I think
gets
that's
in the
got to be up there.
conversation.
I mean, Dabo has won 2 national championships, and
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson, to me, is still the best quarterback he's had.
Yep, I agree with that.
I mean, I've always said Deshaun Watson better than Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, Dabo better than Beamer.
That was one of the single most impressive individual performances I've ever seen was Deshaun Watson in that game out in the desert that Alabama eventually won. To see Nick Saban have to absolutely use every trick he had to beat a quarterback that way. That was just one of the greatest individual performances I've ever seen.
You know, going back to the conversation we had a couple of hours ago with Barkley, and he said he thinks that Kirby really needs to roll the dice and do something insane. And look, that happened in the SEC championship game in, 18 with the fake punt, and it blew up. I don't know if Kirby can live down one of those mistakes, but do you think if Bryce is having the type of game he had, Alabama, Georgia, Part 1 SEC championship, do you pull a Nick Saban against Clemson and do an onside kick?
All I know, I mean, that's a great question. The debate can start right now on how Kirby coaches this game. Does he go, like Barkley says, aggressive, or does he go conservative? Let's talk about that after you tell us about the great folks at Bromberg's.
Yeah, our friends at Bromberg's. Look, if you're thinking about popping the question here in 2022, you need to go see the Diamond Specialist. Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. They have established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. For more information, just stop by, see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also shop online today. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, so do you think Kirby, because to me it's advantage Alabama if he comes out and he's conservative, right? If he's coaching this thing tight, 4th and 1 at a place that you could go for it and he doesn't go for it.
Yeah, they didn't look tight in the first quarter of the SEC championship.
They did not. But they eventually got there.
It seems like he gets tight when he gets these double-digit leads.
Well, he gets tight when it's not cutting time.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the times where he's made the critical errors. Like that 4th down they went for was the last play of the 3rd quarter, if I remember it correctly, or right at the end of the 3rd quarter. And, that game was not out of reach then. Georgia, Alabama was still having to move the football because Georgia was still moving the ball on Alabama. And that just felt like a panic move to go for that 4th down and not just take points. I think points would have made it an 11-point game, Jim. Or was it at 11? Surely he would have taken points to cut it to 8. The fake punt just will never make sense. There's never going to be anything where somebody explains it to me and you're like, oh, okay, I see why you were faking a punt right there.
Right.
Against Alabama at midfield with Alabama in punt safe, by the way. They thought you were going to fake it, and they noticed that you snuck your backup quarterback in as a personal protector. They did not miss that. This is Nick Saban we're talking about here.
There's 60 pair of glasses on you from the booth up top on substitution pattern.
I'll never understand that one.
Quickly, Deadwood. We forget the Alabama losses. Watson and Dabo did answer back in Tampa and win a national championship.
Yeah, but we were talking about years where they didn't, and they did not that one year.
So they did get it in 17, but in 16,
that's right,
the
in
best
16,
coach.
yeah.
Okay. LT was like LT's neighbor, and you guys don't understand your own game. No, you don't understand our game.
No, because we did Warfel Spurrier too.
Yeah.
Warfel won one, but they also lost one.
So, but the year they lost it, best quarterback coach. Not that they never didn't win one together, but that year they lost it was a ironic twist of fate that the best quarterback, best coach that year ended up not winning it. The combo together. Do you think he's conservative on Monday night? Do you think Kirby's tight? Coach is tight?
I think Kirby, he's done such a good job. And look, this is a mental hurdle. But I think Kirby realizes he's got a really good team. And I think he believes this team is actually better than Alabama. And I think they made some major mistakes in that first matchup. And I just believe their defense is so good. I just think it's going to be different. And I think he's got a lot of confidence in Stetson Bennett.
I think the problem of being conservative is I don't think they're going to be able to run the ball super effectively. And that's the way you're conservative is when you can run the football. Like Alabama-Cincinnati, you would call that a conservative game plan for Bill O'Brien, wouldn't you? Because Alabama knew we may not have to throw a forward pass all day. I think we can just line up and run the football. And if Alabama had more depth at running back, by the way, I don't know how much they would have run.
We give Bill O'Brien a lot of credit. He deserves it. But how else would you have called that game?
That's the way to call it.
Yeah.
When you know Cincinnati can't stop you and they've got 2 NFL corners, why challenge the corners when I can turn around and hand it to Brian Robinson
on the flip
for
side
200
of that,
yards?
I thought Luke Fickell and them coached it really very conservative.
I think they did. They tried,
They tried to stay in the game.
They did.
Early on instead of really trying to hit him in the jaw. They didn't come out and try to do what Kiffin did.
Fickell kept taking points,
Yeah, because if he had done that early on and it didn't work like for Kiffin, he would have been in a blowout situation.
That's right.
And he didn't want to get blown out in this. It was almost like he was coaching for future opportunities for Cincinnati.
I think Fickell was coaching a little bit of take three, and hope to God we get a turnover somewhere.
That's right.
That sets us up for an easy score.
And really, they almost did on that muffed punt.
Yeah. That's the way that game plan works. Yeah. And that's how you coach when you know you got no shot. And I don't think Kirby coaches from that point of view.
But if you're Pete Golding, what would keep me up at night is number 19, Brock Bowers. And he had his best game of the
10
year.
catches, I believe.
In the SEC championship game. And if you can somehow take Brock Bowers completely out of this game, that's how you win this game.
No doubt.
It is stealing Linus's blanket at that point, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know how you take him out of the game, though.
Chad is over in Gadsden. He is next with us right here on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Chad, welcome to the show, man. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. How about you guys?
Awesome. Thank you, Chad.
All right, Brown, I gotta come at you right here. You said, and I'm paraphrasing, but you said there's nobody that can give you an explanation for that fake punt. Is that correct?
That is correct. Not one that I'll say, okay, that makes sense.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to challenge you.
Fire away.
All right. So Kirby had just seen in 17. He had just shut down Jalen, and Tua comes in that second half and wears him out, wins the game.
Right.
It was 18 is when he faked the punt, correct?
That is correct. Yeah, when Tua got hurt and Jalen comes in and wears him out. Yes.
Well, and that was my point. Jalen's coming in, and I don't think the game plan. I'm sure they have a game plan for Jalen, but I mean, you still have to prepare for Tua and the ridiculous weapons that team had. But he's slashing through the defense. He drops back to pass, nothing's there, 25-yard run. I think with Kirby, his mindset is I can't stop this guy. He'd just seen it the year before. He's seeing it in this game and know it didn't work, so he looks like a dummy. And where he was on the field, it wasn't the best idea. I'm not saying it was a great idea.
Well, to me, my biggest issue with it, Chad, though, is Alabama clearly saw what you did there. They saw that you brought Justin Fields into the game, and they were in punt safe. I mean, they were basically in a base defense. So now you're asking my backup quarterback to come cold off the bench, catch the snap, and run basically an offensive play against Alabama's base defense. The idea is one thing, but then when you see how Alabama reacts to you bringing Fields in, just call the timeout and punt. That's what I'm saying.
Rarely do you get fake punts, Chad, I guess, that work when the team is not in their normal punt coverage, when they're in punt safe. But it did work,
Arkansas did it against Alabama
for LSU
this year.
and Arkansas this year. They did it, so it does work sometimes with a better design than the one Kirby took to the table.
I have seen more successful fake punts this year at both levels.
Yeah,
we saw one with the Cardinals this past weekend against Cowboys.
Maybe this is the year to do it, Chad. Maybe this is the year to do it.
It's a weak spot for Alabama is punt defense this year. Chad, thank you, man. Enjoy the game coming up. I don't know which one to hit. The big red on the right.
You wonder, like Kirby, I think he wants to coach like that, but because he got so criticized because of that monumental mistake, you wonder if he keeps it in his pocket because of that.
Yeah. V.A. Yellowhammer are both Golding and O'Brien back next year. I think it's a realistic possibility. Special teams coach definitely has to go. Marone, too, in his opinion.
Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network reporting the Jags plan to interview Bill O'Brien next week after the national championship game.
On like a Tuesday?
Well, I don't know. After the national championship game, though. It won't be on Monday.
When we come back, we'll answer Milkman's question on Twitter in the Farmfolio chat room. Plus, LT has trash dialed up for us, part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at the Alabama Men's Clinic. I was talking to some folks last night at dinner about the Alabama Men's Clinic. They said, Dunaway, which sponsor are you getting great feedback back right now? And I told them, too, Way to Wellness, because everyone's always looking to get in better shape. And then there was Alabama Men's Clinic, because I get asked a lot about Alabama Men's Clinic and how a testosterone test can change your life. And I'll ask you this question right now. Are you one of those people that has problems sleeping at night? You don't think about this, but if your testosterone level's out of whack, you don't sleep well. It's not restful. You don't get the rest you need, and you just can't get a good 8, 7, 6, whatever you're trying to do. You can't get continuous sleep. Same way with your energy. If your energy's now down, you're starting to feel old and just not your old self. That could be a testosterone problem. If you're working out, you're not getting the same results from workouts you've done for years and years. It's because your body's not producing the testosterone it used to produce. All that changes with a treatment from our friends at the Alabama Men's Clinic. You go by there, get medical consultations with their doctors and blood work done. If you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. You can get the details on that and a lot more and set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Get your life back, alabamamensclinic.com. Trash is next.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor with the Next Round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the Next Round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
A lot of people are saying they expect the unexpected star to stand out in the national championship game. I don't know if that ever happens or rarely happens or often happens. Everyone seems to go back to O.J. Howard when he would step up against Clemson. We'll see if Alabama or Georgia has that unexpected star coming up Monday night. Lock of the day later on in the show. You're going to have a lock today, you think?
I'm working on it right now.
Working on it now. Basketball
crap
tonight?
night last night. Yeah. A terrible card in college hoops tonight.
Yeah, you usually get that on Fridays.
Friday nights.
It's not good. You got a Xavier Butler game that sort of highlights that one. Xavier, a ranked team. Butler's on the road tonight.
I'm just telling you, man, COVID
pretty
has,
good hockey. Flames and Hurricanes tonight. Lightning got the Flames last night.
COVID, it's you just don't know who's going to be playing and who's not.
Yep. I agree with that. Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing brings us a lock. We'll do it a little bit later on in the show. This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. People were joking on me. It's like, really, he doesn't mind if we stop by with a bus of people? Not at all. He's done that before for, I think it was Greg's youth football team. He swung by there at the last second and had a whole team of people, and Sterling was ready to take care of them. You can do that, whether it's a party of one or a party of 20. Just swing by there at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. It is open right now for lunch, dinner tonight. Get it ready to watch the game on Monday night. Get a great to-go order, champyschicken.com. Champyschicken.com. Great folks right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. All right, before we go to trash, Carol says, did I miss Marty Smith at 10 o'clock on the show, or is he coming on late? A late cancellation for Marty with us today. We said that at 10, but maybe you missed that there. Marty was in Tuscaloosa. Was he there for 2 days? I think it was
3 days, I think.
3 days.
Yeah.
And now he's off to Indianapolis, where he'll be part of the coverage again for ESPN up there as they bring you the national championship coming on Monday. Did you see that the film room this year is different? It's not a bunch of head coaches. It is one coaching staff. It is Jimbo Fisher and the Texas A&M coaching staff that'll be breaking down the game.
I was going to bring this up. Lance's going to be at the game, but it would be a great punishment for you to have to watch that.
Were they going to subtitle it?
Yeah, go. I give up. I got no idea, man.
So Jimbo and his coaches will be in their film room, and they'll be breaking down the film broadcasts on the multitask of the national championship. But what a great recruiting tool. Not that they need it. They're number one in the country in recruiting this year. But a great recruiting tool for Jimbo to talk about how they beat Alabama and then sit down and break down film. Film room is with the head coaches. I've always enjoyed. I don't know if I'll like this or not, but you get to go back and watch different broadcasts of this national championship game because there's so many of them. I like going back and watching the film room, how the coaches broke it down. I think it was the year in the desert when Alabama got Clemson out there before Clemson beat them coming back. That was, to me, the best film room. I forget who was on that one, but they were really good. So good that I can't remember their names right now. But wasn't Narduzzi on it one year and he was tremendously good?
No, he was on it one year.
Yeah.
I never listened to. I have those on like the side TVs, but I never really.
That's what I'm saying. During the game, I'm usually there at the game because we've been blessed to cover Alabama and Auburn. But on the flip side, when I come back, sometimes I'll watch that like later in January or in the summer. I'll go back and watch the rebroadcast of the game, and I'll catch the film room or some of the others, the multicast that they have. Dave says, are they doing it from the film room on campus or one of Jimbo's ranches?
Hey, one of my 2 ranches. So now we're actually on campus.
Yeah, we were in Texas for a long time last week. I don't remember seeing any of Jimbo's ranches. Must be not around the Dallas Metroplex. Trash Time every day brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right Rockstar. Hit the big button.
I'm asking that you do not pass this policy in Virginia.
Thank you so much, Ms. Thomas. We do appreciate you. Phil McCracken. Phil McCracken.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, and with another year done and dusted, you want to jump into 2022 with a mortgage company that can be trusted. That rhymed too. Mortgage Right can help you ring in the new year with some cash in your pocket. Put your home equity to work with a cash-out refinance, consolidate debt, fix that rotting deck, or do what you need to do to get your financial house in order. Mortgage Right's team of experts eager to offer the tips, tools, and guidance to give your finances a boost. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start in Minneapolis. I wonder if it's colder in Minneapolis today than
Indianapolis? I would bet.
I'll check.
Me and my little guy, on your weather app, you've got like 7 or 8 cities that you can keep up with. We keep Bozeman on ours just because we went there last year to see. And yesterday it was -1 at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Fantastic. Would you like to be there right now?
I don't know. Have you guys ever been somewhere where it's minus?
Oh, yeah. Steamboat Springs, Colorado one time. I think I saw it say -27.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I think I saw that. I'm not
Minneapolis landlord said he was attempting to have multiple stolen vehicles towed from a lot behind his property when a group of individuals attacked him. Now, Dale Howie manages 11 properties throughout the Twin Cities and says last week, residents at the Green Rock Apartments reported cars illegally parked in the back lot. Howie says it was later learned the cars had been reported stolen. Howie went on to say, quote, there was one without plates. That raised a flag. On December 30th, he notified a towing company the cars needed to be moved. Around 1:30 a.m. on December 31st, he says a group approached him. Quote, they said, hey, man, that's our car, Howie said. I said, it's listed as stolen and it's being towed. One guy comes up, puts his phone right in my face, and I swatted it out of the way. The other guy clocks me. Howie said he woke up an hour later at the medical center with a concussion, 3-inch staples in his skull, broken cheekbone, and a broken eye socket.
He provided a selfie I put on the screen for you.
Oh, my.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Hey, he's still smiling.
He went on to
tuned him right up, didn't they?
Say, quote, they were out for blood. They knew what they were doing. They set me up.
Wow.
The police department is actively searching for 2 males involved in the assault.
They beat him up so bad they look like Dunaway in the morning. Currently, right now in Indianapolis, it is 12 degrees. Currently, right now in Minneapolis, it is -8.
-8.
Yeah, right now.
What's that wind chill?
We win.
Wind chill's like stay inside.
We win. Okay, in August 2022, NASA will send a space probe to an asteroid dubbed 16 Psyche. It resides in the main asteroid belt between the planets of Mars and Jupiter. I don't know how well versed you guys are on the main asteroid belt between those 2 planets of Mars and Jupiter.
I've studied it, Rockstar.
Yeah, the asteroid belt.
Yeah.
When observing Psyche from Earth, the celestial body appears to be a fuzzy burr, but by observing light reflected on it, scientists hypothesize the asteroid may be unusually rich in metal. Now, the core is thought to be made of exposed metallic iron, nickel, and gold based on casual observations made on Earth. That's what I saw on my telescope.
Very casual.
I've read about this. So if they could mine the minerals in this asteroid, I think it would yield enough money for every citizen of Earth to be a billionaire.
Yeah.
Well, you saw one of the things in Don't Look Up.
Yeah, that was part of Don't Look Up.
Yeah.
Like they were going to let it hit because of all of the minerals involved in the money that could be made. Now, excuse me, Psyche has a diameter of 140 miles, or the distance between LA and San Diego. The asteroid has a 5-year orbital period, but it completes rotations every 4 hours, so a Psyche day is actually rather short. If found to indeed be made of metal and confirmed, Psyche could reveal what the inside of planets like Earth look like underneath the layers of mantle and crust, and could further help researchers understand how the solar system formed.
But just think about it, Brown. If we
The big thing is the number they're putting on it is $10 quintillion.
Yeah. If the asteroid's riches are confirmed, it may be worth more than the global economy at 10 quintillion, according to Forbes. That may sound like a lot, but Psyche actually tails behind the Vita, which is valued at an estimated 27 quintillion.
Old Danny.
But am I not wrong that if we were able to get all of those metals, wouldn't that drop the price of those metals at that point if we had so much of it? So really it would not be valuable?
It probably dropped to like 5 quintillion.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think if everybody's a billionaire, then I don't know if that really makes sense.
Then who's going to go to work anymore?
Yeah.
I love how you guys, they're not concerned about the fact that we'd have to figure out a way to tow the asteroid to Earth and mine the minerals. They're worried about the price.
No, but I'm just
guys,
saying.
we can't do it. I mean,
if everybody was a billionaire, you're right, there'd be no motivation in the world.
Well, there wouldn't
A
be.
steak would be like $2,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I wouldn't care. But nobody's farming the cattle anymore, so we wouldn't have steaks. We'd really go back to the beginning of time. We'd have to do it all ourselves because there'd be nobody to do it for us.
We'd pay the aliens.
Because nobody, I mean, I don't need to be a cattle farmer because I'm already a billionaire. You can't pay me enough to want to still, ride the range.
You're right. I mean, the world economy does not work this way.
Well, and Kevin's right. If everyone's a billionaire, inflation kicks in. I mean, what is a Happy Meal at McDonald's if everybody's a billionaire?
What's the matter if you're a billionaire?
It's $1 million. Yeah.
Okay,
$1
this one out of Nashville. A top Tennessee House Republican lawmaker has apologized for losing his temper and being ejected from watching a high school basketball game after a confrontation with a referee. Now, the dust-up included what appeared to be either a feigned or failed attempt at pulling down the official's pants, according to video footage. And here we go.
Oh, we've got the video here. So this is a city councilman, you said?
Yeah.
And he's going to try to pants a referee?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is a bold move.
Oh, wow.
That's weird.
He reached for the flag, but he forgot he's officiating basketball.
Yeah.
That is weird.
Now, on Tuesday, Representative Jeremy Faison, 45, posted on Twitter that he, quote, acted the fool tonight and lost my temper on a ref. I was wanting him to fight me, totally lost my junk and got booted from the gym, Faison wrote.
Try to make him lose his.
Never really lost my temper, but I did tonight. It was completely stupid of me. Emotions getting in the way of rational thoughts are never good. I hope to be able to find the ref and ask for forgiveness. I was bad wrong. Right's really weird, too. Now, Providence Academy, a private religious school in Johnson City, live streamed the boys' game that we just saw. Now, the video feed shows Faison sitting in the stands before the players hit the ground on a loose ball before the third quarter. That's when the whistle was blown, brief scuffle between the teams, and that's when we just saw what happened there.
Wound pretty tight.
I would say, over a youth league basketball game.
Most you've ever been hit with an Uber bill. Most expensive Uber ride ever for you guys.
Oh, gosh, I don't even know.
I probably should check more often than I do.
Yeah, I think I've hit $100 once. Not often.
I rode from the longest Uber ride I've ever had is from College Station to the airport. Which one's in Houston? Bush?
God, I would love to hear that conversation.
Bush International.
You know what we talked about? Because there's a young lady, and she probably weighed, she was really young. She was probably 23 and weighed maybe 110, 111 pounds. Teeny tiny little girl.
Oh, I can't wait to see where this
Well,
goes.
that's what I'm saying. That just that conversation.
And it was an early flight, and she picked me up at like 4:30, and like she's not, for a big part of it, she's not driving the interstate. And I've had no sleep, and I'm fairly sober at this point, but I've had no sleep. And going for an early flight after a big drunk fest the night before. And I'm like starting to think, first I asked her, are you ever scared at, driving this hour? And she's like, no, not really. Blah, blah, blah. I have a gun up here, da-da-da-da-da.
You told it was your fantasy to be abducted?
No, but then I started to worry because I get scared really easy. We're riding in the middle of nowhere and there's no lights. And I'm like, what if she has just picked me up? I didn't even check and see if this was the person I called or anything or what vehicle it was. I just got in this car with this girl. What if she's driving me out to her boyfriend and 3 hoodlums? And I'm about to be harvested for my body parts.
Which one of you's the boyfriend? Which one of y'all is the hoodlum?
I think I've got a wild imagination, but I think you take me.
He really does.
Yeah. I think you
know
top
what
it.
Dunaway does is he finds the least realistic, but also most drastic situation and focuses on that one.
Oh, couldn't it? When I saw finally she got on the interstate, I
Right.
was like so thankful. And then, of course, I overtipped.
Okay, this Uber ride did not go well. Thousands of people had a terrible experience being trapped on icy roads on Interstate 95 in Virginia this week. I hope this is not a precursor to what's coming up on our day.
Now, according to early reports, it is not.
Okay, good. Andrew Peters from Richmond, Virginia, not only got stranded on the highway, but was also hit with a massive Uber bill. Now, Peters went on to say, quote, I was coming in from San Francisco, didn't really realize what was going on here. Now, he had hopped in an Uber bound for Richmond after landing at Dulles International Airport. His Uber driver apparently did not realize the severity of the situation either because the driver went on the highway and got stuck in the traffic disaster. Now, Peters went on to say it was kind of scary. We didn't have any food or water. Peters made it home after 9 hours and had to pay a $200 Uber bill. However, Peters said Uber then tacked on $400 in additional charges, raising his bill to $600.
That's a steep ride.
In total.
It is.
Peters went on to say, quote, I'm still trying to find somebody to talk to understand why they feel like they could charge me this. Now, according to Uber's website, heavy traffic may cause your trip to take longer than expected, and to compensate your driver for the additional time, your fare may change. Now, Peters is disputing the additional charge. There's no way I would pay this.
No, not at all.
But boy, I tell you, Brown and I were on the media bus. I think it was band and cheerleaders had a police escort, and they passed us with a police escort, and we all got back to the hotel about the same time, and the traffic was horrible. And I thought to myself, if we were having, because we almost decided to Uber to and from the stadium, if we were Ubering out, I was wondering what that Uber would have cost, because it would have been a surge in that traffic. That would have been a hefty ride.
Yeah, it would not have been cheap.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume we're going to be Ubering a lot this weekend.
I would think so.
Now, the good
You're
news
not
is
gonna
I've
wanna
got
walk.
us 2.6 miles from downtown.
Oh, all right.
So I wouldn't think that Uber. And I,
not bad
would,
at all.
I would assume Ubers will be running, right?
Yeah,
And once we get to the downtown location, we can walk everywhere.
Yeah, in the frigid air.
Okay, finally, I've got some thought-provoking
Tell me about
tweets.
these tunnels.
It's skywalks.
Yeah, I'm going hamster all weekend, by the way.
Yeah.
Here are thought-provoking tweets. First one. Embarrassing how proud I am of myself anytime I manage to put my phone down so I can focus on the TV.
Stop looking at the phone.
You know, I watched that whole thing, and I didn't even look at my phone.
But I do that, Rockstar.
I
Sometimes
catch myself too, man.
I'm sitting here watching like Yellowstone, and I'm looking at Twitter. I'm like, what am I doing?
Yeah, like I was so into Cobra Kai again last night. I'd never seen it before. It was, the last couple of episodes, and I was checking scores and different things, and it's really weird. Okay, here's another thought-provoking tweet. Do you ever leave a social situation and in your head think, man, that was not some of my best work?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Who said that?
Yes.
What was I doing there?
I told Brown that I just talked with Greg Byrne over there. I was horrible. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, he said something, and I just said a bunch of stuff that made no sense. And it's so bad, I almost wrote him a handwritten note when we got back. Hey, I apologize
I
for
think you still should.
I apologize.
Jim Brown got us some stationery. Crack it out.
I did. I was going to use that. I apologize for the interaction in the press box. I was not of bright mind.
Here is another thought-provoking tweet. Just did the dishes without getting the bottom of my shirt wet. It was a good day.
Yeah, I do that all the time. If I do the dishes, I'm getting my shirt wet.
Okay, and the final one. Me, do you have any ibuprofen? My grandpa. Back in my day, we just died.
It's really good.
I love the back in my days. That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, new year, new you. new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up some funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. If you're ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket, then head on over. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
When we come back, your reaction to everybody being billionaires on Earth and more. Stay with us.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at The Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at The Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Bob's comment in the Farmfolio chat room and your reaction to everybody being a billionaire in just the second part of our show today, being brought to you by Storm Restoration Roofing, our buddy Greg from Pell City. If you had some roof damage recently, be with a trusted person, Greg from Pell City. If you're going to have roof damage in the future, you don't know that right now, obviously. But when it happens, just remember the name, Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. I've known this guy for a long, long time, talked to him frequently. Text with him frequently, locally owned for over 20 years, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. And here's what Greg from Pell City can do. He can give you an absolutely free, no-cost inspection with no obligation on your roof. He'll go check your roof out, even if it's after a storm or just any time, wear and tear over the years. You can get that roof inspected for free. Greg will give you a straight-up honest evaluation of your roof, and you make a decision. He works well with your insurance company as well. They respect him because he's done honest work for years and years. Call him up, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City on Facebook for Storm Restoration Roofing. Bob says this is Bama's worst team to be in a national championship game. I think that is a fact.
I don't think that's fact.
Which one would you say?
I mean, I go back. I think this team could beat 2009.
Yeah, I think 09 is the bar.
Boy, y'all's disrespect for 2009.
That team limped through the schedule.
Yeah.
Finally, I mean, they were up against the wall against South Carolina.
Tennessee.
Up against the wall against Tennessee. Up against the wall against LSU. Up against the wall at Auburn. Did very impressively beat Florida.
Yeah, if Cole McCoy plays, they lose the game. I'm kidding. I'm not even getting into that. I'm joking.
Throw that out. I'd like to know if our audience believes that 2021 Alabama would beat 2009 Alabama.
No disrespect, Greg McElroy was a really good quarterback who played in the NFL.
This is nowhere close.
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, you think about Will Anderson was unblockable. I mean, the two best players on the field are going to be, again, the two best players Monday night. They didn't have
the running back situation was better. Mark Ingram, Trent Richardson's better than
that is correct.
Yeah,
the offensive line was probably better.
I would agree with that.
Was a lot better.
Yeah,
than this.
I think the way this defense is playing, though, this defense would have given that offense a ton of trouble.
The defenses are hard to compare because it was a different era of college football then. Now that was obviously that 09 defense was fantastic, but it was also in an era of college football that was played in a phone booth by and large. It is nothing like what you have to defend today.
That is true, and I don't know if they're built to defend what you have to defend today.
Yeah.
Terrence Cody, you don't roll those people out there anymore in college football.
Yeah.
Still make a lot of money, Vita Vea and them in the National Football League. Marcel Darius, I agree with you, Josh. Man, that was a heck of a football team, and not all Saban recruits. It was a heck of a football team. Bruce Feldman, when we come back on the show, we'll talk to Bruce about Harbaugh and a variety of different things that Bruce is reporting from The Athletic. The show being brought to you and our trip to Indianapolis as well by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Listen, we're about to go up there and get our ride to Indianapolis. We're going to go to the Decatur location of Johnston RV Center, right there at exit 334. There's also one in Coleman, exit 304. Both off just I-65. What you get at Johnston RV Center is a family-owned and operated father and son operation there. Rodney and Nick Johnston, they've been doing this for years. They're the top-selling travel trailer dealer in the entire state of Alabama. Exclusive lifetime warranties from RV Warranty right there on all new models and used models under 2 years old. They've got financing available, and they are the home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand. Boy, if you're looking to see America through a different scope, do it in an RV in 2022 and check out the financing available with JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com. The next round's national championship coverage is presented by JohnstonRVCenter.com, Wayne Smart Pest Services, Champy's world-famous chicken, Culver's Welcome to Delicious, and Adam Mestre with MD Realty. It's the chase for a championship on the next round.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
UAB, big quad one win in basketball on the road at North Texas last night. Good win for Andy and the crew. Basketball happening tomorrow for Alabama. They're on the road at Missouri. Missouri's actually going to play this game. Brownie was telling me in one commercial break earlier, Missouri will be down 3 players. They're coming out of COVID protocol where they actually missed the game with Mississippi State. Auburn versus Florida at Auburn Arena. There is a chance Alan Flanagan, who is battling, according to reports, coming out of COVID protocol, there's a chance he may not play in that game again. He missed the South Carolina game. All 3 teams trending in a very good direction. UAB gets Rice tomorrow towards NCAA tournament land. Zach Calzado is the new quarterback at Auburn, but is Auburn done looking for quarterbacks? We'll talk a little bit about that later on in the show. And the future sites for the national championship. We're about to leave for Indianapolis in an hour. Everyone else is making their way up there. Next year we'll be in L.A., then in Houston, then Vegas and Miami, the 2 new locations announced there.
Real quick, for those of you that are either starting or planning to start your drive to Indianapolis, just reports, my boys ABC 3340, Johnny Congdon and Fletcher Tubbs telling me north of Nashville, east of Nashville, everything seems good. So the roads seem to have cleared well. A number of listeners and viewers have tweeted us the same thing. So that's good news if you're thinking about driving to Indy anytime in the next 24 to 48. Bruce Feldman is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Bruce? How are you?
Look at you doing traffic updates.
Traffic on the 8s.
Full service show.
Full service show. Yeah. Bruce, people are worried, man. I mean, Nashville got slaughtered with snow last night about the time everybody was going to be driving up through there.
And Bruce, you know the history of Auburn and Alabama being in these games. It's always a southern ice or snowstorm when we're all trying to get out of town to go to Pasadena or the desert or wherever.
It really is crazy.
All the way back to 2010, I think.
Yeah, I mean, as somebody who grew up in a miserable cold weather place, I love seeing pictures of it. I have some friends in Tennessee who are tweeting out pictures. I like, that looks awesome. And I always remember it stinks to have to drive in it, though.
Bruce is with Fox and The Athletic. He's also a New York Times bestseller, and you can follow him on Twitter at Bruce Feldman CFB.
And technically an employee of New York Times right now, right?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting. You did a very interesting piece where you talked to coaches that are familiar with Alabama and Georgia and got their view on this game. I want to start with the Alabama side. When you talked to those coaches, did you find a level of surprise that Alabama was able to pull off what they pulled off the first go-around?
Yes. There was a bunch of people, and what's interesting here is I had a couple of staffs who actually played both teams. But you have a lot of crossover. And one particular coach, who was an SEC coach, said, I was pretty much shocked that Alabama was able to beat them. Now, a few other guys made the point that, you know what, the Georgia players knew win or lose, they were going to be in the playoff. Not to make excuses for them, and this is like not a Georgia coach saying this, but it was just like there's probably a letdown element of it, whereas, you know, this was a team that, for whatever reason, I think people were really surprised that the Alabama offensive line, which is nowhere near as good as it was last year, was able to hold up well. I mean, there were no sacks for Bryce Young, whereas LSU overwhelmed them. Now, look, LSU threw some stuff at them they didn't expect, and they were way more aggressive with nothing to lose. But I think that's what people were really kind of like a little bit stunned by, that this Alabama team was able to do what they did, not just win, but whip Georgia like that.
You know, and Bruce, the overwhelming theme that you continue to hear from everyone is it's so difficult to beat a team twice in one season, but how often do we actually see teams play twice in a season?
Well, I live on the West Coast, and it wasn't hard for Kyle Whittingham and Utah to hammer Oregon twice. Now, I think what goes into it that's interesting is these staffs know each other really, really well. And I had an offensive line coach who was like so in the weeds on what he was fascinated by, what kind of adjustments, even what will Bill O'Brien try to do. Does he throw some wrinkles in because a lot of stuff worked to know that there are counter punches coming? And I think because there's so much familiarity, I mean, look, it's yes, it is really hard to beat a team twice. It's even harder to do all the crazy stuff Nick Saban has pulled off while he's been the head coach at Alabama, winning title after title, not getting in place, and all these other things. So I don't know. I mean, I'll say this. I had told myself I was never going to pick against Nick Saban, and as long as he's the coach at Alabama. And then after working on the story, and I talked to like 16 different coaches who played against Georgia, and I ended up being convinced that, all right, maybe this is the time that they're going to beat them, and I'll probably be wrong.
I'm surprised when I look at Georgia just getting off the bus at how big and strong and fast and long their linebackers are. Were you totally surprised that unit in particular wasn't more disruptive? And I know it could have been game planning and scheming like that, but that to me is an elite unit. Will Anderson aside for Alabama, for Nakobe Dean and across the front seven of Georgia there, were you surprised that they weren't more disruptive in this game?
I was. I mean, the one thing that Alabama has, not just the one thing, but one of the biggest things that they did have, though, is they have a special quarterback, right? And it wasn't like Georgia had seen that. And I think one of the things, and this comes up a lot in this Georgia story that I did, was as awesome as that front seven is, the back end is really susceptible. The safeties are not great in coverage, and even one of the coaches I talked to a couple days ago was like, I don't think their cornerbacks are really that good. They don't, one guy they don't think plays with a lot of confidence. The other one, they think you can run by him. Now, look, it's going to be a little different. There's no John Mechie this time around, and I'm sure you will see Georgia make some adjustments. It's just interesting because that Alabama offensive line, how well will they hold up this time? I mean, to me, that's where it's going to be, because I think, we saw them absolutely destroy what was supposed to be a very good Michigan offensive line. It won the Joe Moore Award. Now, they don't have anybody who's like Evan Neal on that group. It plays well together. But they didn't have the receivers that could threaten Georgia. Well, obviously, Jamison Williams could. And obviously, they have a quarterback who can buy time and can really make a lot of off-platform throws. And a lot of people I talked to this week, or at least a few people, said that they think Bryce Young actually throws better on the move than he does from the pocket. So, maybe this will play into Bryce Young's hands. I don't know. I mean, the other part of this, too, is for as great as the Georgia front seven is, the best front seven guy actually doesn't even play for them. He wears 31 for Alabama. So, it's not like either of these teams are Cincinnati or Michigan where they're punching up. I mean, Alabama, yeah, they're a slight underdog, but they have the better quarterback and they have the best defensive player on the field. And they have the best coach of all time. So that's a lot of good things to have in your pocket to try to make it two in a row.
Those are certainly pluses. Bruce Feldman is with us, the Athletic Fox Sports, at Bruce Feldman CFB on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What do those opposing coaches say about Will Anderson? I'm curious. A guy that's not even draft eligible, but in a game of national championship teams is arguably the best or second best player on the field.
Oh, they think he's the best player on the field. If it was up to the guys, and I ended up talking to 10 guys who coached against Alabama, if they had Heisman votes, sorry, Bryce Young, you're going to have to win it after he leaves. And, they were, what I heard a bunch was it's not even close that he's the best defensive player in the country. No disrespect to Aiden Hutchinson, not even close. One of the guys I talked to, who's an offense coordinator, said he's like Derek Thomas. And you started to hear the argument. It was like this guy coached against Myles Garrett. He was like, Myles Garrett was incredibly disruptive in the pass game, but we're like, let's run at him. This guy you can't run at. And I think even the line coaches who, study him on film before they play him were saying he is so much more violent and disruptive with his hands. It's not just like great get off, but just unblockable, right, and caused so much chaos for them in the run game. You could make a strong case, and he's still not draft eligible. It's only year 2 in Tuscaloosa, that this might be, of all the great defensive players Nick Saban has had in this run in at Alabama, this might be the best defensive player that they've had there in the Nick Saban era. I don't want to say, the comparison to Derek Thomas was something one of the coaches made, but just in terms of the Saban era, if you're the best defensive player Nick Saban has coached in Tuscaloosa, man, that is a heavy statement.
Hey, Bruce, away from that game Monday night, Lincoln Riley will make his USC debut against Rice next year. Starting quarterback for that game, Jackson Dart or Caleb Williams?
Oh, you got right into it. I would be surprised. When you said Rice, I'm like, where is he going with this? I would be surprised if Caleb Williams doesn't end up reuniting with him. I mean, everything I've heard is that his dad and one of the advisors who's close to the Williams family, is all about how can you get him most NFL ready to hit the ground running. They believed in Lincoln Riley enough to go there out of the gate. He had a really strong freshman year once he overtook Spencer Rattler. I would think he will end up back with him at USC, and because of the portal, he'll be able to bring like one of his top receivers is a really fast slot receiver, is a freshman out of Florida. I would think that, from what I've been told, that kid wants to go wherever Caleb goes. I don't know if it's a blank canvas because USC is not, their roster is not good. My TV crew did their UCLA game late in the year. They're really bad, but Caleb Williams can fix that, at least to some degree. And I think guys will go to follow him. And to me, that is the favorite of the if you were to do odds, I would feel like if you said it's USC or the field for Caleb Williams, my hunch is, and I don't know this for a fact, USC would be the place I would expect him to end up at.
You sort of rocked the college football world the other day with your story at The Athletic about Jim Harbaugh and interest maybe from Harbaugh in the NFL and the NFL in Harbaugh. I guess the big question around the country was, is it posturing to get the best possible deal still at Michigan, or is there real interest there? After that has now marinated for a couple of days, do you think Jim Harbaugh is back next year at Michigan?
I think it's 50-50. I really think it's, everything I was told, both on the Michigan side and even from NFL people, was Jim Harbaugh has real interest in some of these potential job openings. Remember, he broke in as a coach with the Raiders. I'm told he's still pretty close to Mark Davis, the owner. They have a good quarterback in Derek Carr. And also the timing might be ideal in terms of, hey, he slayed the dragon with Ohio State. He whipped the Buckeyes, won the Big Ten for the first time in like almost 20 years for Michigan. That timing might be real. Also, Jim Harbaugh has never been anywhere. This is the longest he's been at one coaching stop. He's never been anywhere more than 4 years, either at Stanford or the Niners. And he's been there 7 years. If the Raiders is it, maybe even the Bears, I was told. I think it's real. And, it's funny. One of the things that I glanced at my @mentions after that story started to blow up, and I saw a couple people going, yeah, that's from his agent. I don't even know who Jim Harbaugh's agent is. I don't even know if he has one. This isn't like hey, there's a Jimmy Sexton situation behind the scenes. There's, that's not this case. I'm not saying that Jim Harbaugh is definitely leaving. Remember, he took way less money. He got a lot of it back in incentives, and then he donated that money to a lot of staff members who either lost their jobs or had to take massive pay cuts in the wake of the pandemic. So I don't think it's really a money thing. I think it's just like, where do I want to be? He's 58. I had always heard he wanted to go back to the NFL at some point. Maybe this is that time.
Do you believe Bill O'Brien is in Tuscaloosa next year?
I don't. I think he will get another job. Like, he's done a really good job at a place that had to replace 5 first-round picks off the offense. My guess is he either lands an NFL head coaching job or maybe he ends up being the guy who ends up at Michigan. I mean, my hunch is he will get some other job because there's going to be a bunch of vacancies. He did a good job as the head coach of the Texans. Maybe people didn't like how he did, as the GM and the personnel side, but and I think having a year around Saban, and he's obviously proven he's done a really good job there. I think that bodes well for him.
Bob in our Farmfolio chat room, Bruce, wants to ask you, do you think the Texas A&M coaching staff will show up for the ESPN megacast or cancel right before like they did the Gator Bowl?
Wow.
That's the kind of mood we're in down here in SEC country, man.
That's what happens when weather gets bad down there.
That's right. That's right.
People trapped inside. It's too cold. All right, he is Bruce Feldman. Go read him at The Athletic. See him on Fox, at Bruce Feldman, CFB on Twitter. And he's got several New York Times bestsellers from college football that are all fantastic. So go get those. Bruce, thank you so much for the time. Take care.
Take care, guys. Enjoy the game on Monday night.
All right, thank you. Bruce with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Has Bruce ever sent you a free book?
I don't know. I think I bought Meat Market.
I bought Meat Market, and that's the only one. I was just wondering if you hoarded the Bruce Feldman shipment.
I think he sent the QB. If I can find it, I'll give it to you. That was the one he wrote before the LSU.
Man, I used to get so many books sent to Giants.
I know.
Yeah. And I mean, like at least every week there was a book for a good 10 years.
Until Nick Saban. We used to joke about this.
I know.
Brown and I did on the AM days. Before Nick Saban, there would be 2 or 3 Bear Bryant retrospective books come out every year.
Yeah.
2 or 3.
Most of the time it was stuff Bear Bryant said. Like, I've never read that before.
Yeah. Or this or that. It's just stories. I played for, all these stories. And it would come in 2 or 3 at a time, wanting Brown to book them on the show. And then Saban came, and no more Bryant books come our way.
The interesting thing is the three of us read a ton every day, but we don't read books.
That's right.
And, the 2 things that I got, the most prevalent things I got for Christmas this year were books.
Really?
And beer.
Books and beer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
We had a fun library.
I just thought it was so interesting
what
because.
Books did you get?
Some biographies. I got one on Elton John. I got one on Will Smith. I got some other like self-help books, things like that.
There's probably the Will Smith one. There's going to be some interesting chapters about he and Jada.
Yeah, from what I hear it's a really good book. By the way, I've started the Elton John one.
Right.
Yep.
And I'm sure there's going to be some good chapters in that one. From what I hear, he is anti what she's all about.
I was in a Dirty Santa, and there was a book on how to cook with marijuana.
Snoop Dogg's recipes we gave.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was
Snoop
one of our
Dogg's
Dirty
recipes.
Santa.
Okay, yeah.
That was a hot item. Everybody wanted that thing.
Everybody kept passing that around. Everybody was hungry.
Yeah, but Jada Pinkett, apparently, she's the one that wants the open relationship, and
Correct.
Will does.
I don't think Will does, yeah.
Isn't that when you just shut it down?
Well, I think Jada just went ahead and went open with it.
Isn't that when you just shut it down, though?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, that's interesting. Part of our show being brought to you by Hemp Hill Services. If you got a mess in your house, not like the Smiths, but other messes, you can clean it up with our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, somebody asked me yesterday in Farmfolio, they brought it up. They're like, does LT really have this many friends that have got problems?
Disastrous.
But, it literally, I had a buddy, his kitchen sink in his bar area actually flooded the other day. And so, again, the first thing I got him to do was call Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill. They're the ones I trust to fix it right, fix it the first time, always at a fair price. Look, for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham is trusted since 1954. They are fantastic. Call today, 205-229-2090.
All right, when we come back to that college football conversation, and off of what Bruce just said about Bill O'Brien, an interesting question from behind the glass about Bill O'Brien in the future when we come back on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the Cardinal Rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the Next Round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this: how do I set up the appointment? You can do it two ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We're rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Back with you on the Next Round. Don't answer right here because LT's going to tell you about the mailroom first. But if Bill O'Brien, here's the question from behind the glass.
It's a great question, by the way.
Bill O'Brien takes the Jacksonville Jaguars job.
Okay.
Does his quarterbacking situation improve or worsen? Don't answer. The mailroom first. The mailroom. The mailroom.
Hey, the mailroom would love to take this opportunity to wish everyone a happy new year. Make this holiday great with a fresh look from the mailroom. I think Trevor Lawrence could use one, personally. After the challenges of the last couple of years, they are fully staffed, ready to serve. Call for your appointment, 205-995-4285. That's 205-995-4285. Tell them the next round sent you, or just stop by and see them. Inverness Corners in Valleydale, right there off of Highway 280. The mailroom, helping the men of Birmingham look their best, one visit at a time.
Oh, got to reset it. If Bill O'Brien does leave after Monday's national championship game and takes the Jacksonville Jaguars job, does his quarterback situation improve or worsen?
I think it worsens because there are 32 NFL franchises. Where would you rank that roster just offhand, Lance?
30, 31, 32.
I mean, it's in the bottom 5.
It's bottom 3.
There's 130 college football rosters. Where would you put Alabama's?
Top 5.
Yeah, so there's your answer. I don't care if it's Tom Brady down there. If you're playing with a 31st roster in the NFL, you're going to struggle.
Well, and here's the facts. I'm not like everyone else. I don't think Trevor Lawrence is necessarily going to be a bust. I think we're jumping the gun a little too early because I don't think he's got a lot of talent surrounding him. There was a reason he went number 1 overall. But Bryce Young next year is probably going to be better than he was this year. Alabama's probably going to be better next year than they are this year. So you've got maybe the best player or one of the top 2 or 3 players in football next year. With Trevor Lawrence, even an improvement for him. Right now, the guy is completing less than 60% of his throws in the NFL. He's almost got twice as many interceptions as touchdowns. If they were to win 4 or 5 games next year, he gets his completion percentage up to 62, 63% and has a touchdown to interception even ratio, 1-to-1. That's a massive improvement, and that's still below middle of the road in the NFL.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to predict who would be drafting in a position to draft Bryce Young if he's the first quarterback off the board. I mean, Rockstar, there is a really good chance it's your squad.
Well, I mean, this year it's going to be Lions or Jags,
right?
Again, so depending on what happens Sunday.
If the Lions don't draft it this year, when Bryce Young is draft eligible next year,
poor kid.
Yeah, I don't think Lions would take a quarterback this year.
I don't think so either.
I think they would take one in 2 years. And let me say this: I truly believe this, and I still think Trevor Lawrence is a good quarterback. If Trevor Lawrence and Bryce Young went into Jacksonville's camp this August, Bryce Young would be your starting quarterback for Jacksonville.
Would beat him out.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, Bryce does not meet the NFL criteria historically, but
neither does Kyler Murray.
Neither does Kyler Murray, and Drew Brees really didn't either. And you start talking to people, and Russell Wilson doesn't necessarily.
Well, it really didn't back in the day. It seems like quarterbacks are getting shorter and shorter.
And that's
now,
the thing. The NFL people are more willing to deal with it.
Now, we can point to Baker Mayfield, and Baker Mayfield's height is starting to hurt him a little bit. A lot of deflected passes. But Baker doesn't have the athleticism I thought he had. He definitely doesn't have speed now.
So I would say, I would say your overall quarterback situation is worse for a lot of reasons. Number one, Lawrence has struggled a little bit. Number two, just the roster around him. I mean, if you drop Bryce Young on the equivalent of the Jacksonville Jags roster in college football, just do it in the SEC. Worst roster in the SEC is Vanderbilt. Let's don't even put him on Vanderbilt. Let's drop Bryce Young on, I don't know who the next worst roster is, South Carolina? Is that next worst? Well, I mean, what would Bryce Young have done at South Carolina this year?
About what they did?
Oh, really?
I mean, I think I'll give him another win or two.
Yeah, he could have got him to 7, maybe 8.
Yeah. What would he have done at Auburn?
I mean, I think Bryce Young at Auburn, he didn't have a lot of great receivers to throw to. He had a bad offensive line.
They're probably a 10-win team, though. 9 or 10.
10 wins. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know, Lance. So they lose
from
to
the
Bama
Birmingham
and Georgia?
Bowl to the Sugar Bowl?
Well, you guys tell me this. Was Ole Miss's roster that much better than Auburn's?
Ole Miss had, offensively, Ole Miss had, they didn't have as good a running back. They were so much better at receiver than Auburn. They were at least equal at offensive line. They were much better at quarterback. On the offensive side, absolutely.
But as much as improved as that defense was, Auburn had a better defense.
Then Ole Miss, yes, I would agree.
So I'm just saying Ole Miss got to 10 wins with Corral. Corral wasn't the quarterback Bryce Young was. I think Bryce Young would have gotten Auburn to 10 wins.
How about that?
By the way,
Bryce Young, the difference between Auburn and the Birmingham Bowl and the Sugar Bowl.
And I'll guarantee you this, you flip the quarterbacks, Auburn wins the Iron Bowl.
Yeah, oh yeah. And the Penn State game, and maybe some other
Bama
along the
was
way.
trying to win the Iron Bowl with TJ Finley.
That'd have been a problem.
Yeah, it would have been a problem.
But without Bryce Young, I wonder where Alabama would be instead of the national championship. Everyone keeps saying this is a 3-loss team.
Oh, it is at least.
They'd have been the Citrus Bowl. So the difference between Auburn and the Birmingham Bowl is the Sugar Bowl to Bryce Young. It's national championship or Citrus Bowl for Alabama.
I can't think of a time under Saban where I feel like I've known less about the backup. Not about their story. Like if it is Paul Tyson, in fact, we know his story very well. But just having not seen the backup really do anything meaningful. Like you always saw Tua come in and play. You know.
You got nothing from Mac when he was the backup to Tua.
Not much at all.
Yeah. And then he got hurt.
But you
got a little bit of Bryce last year, just a little bit.
Nothing that first national championship, the backup with McElroy, because I'll never forget, and you guys remember this vividly too, with Nick Saban coming out the day before the national championship saying, if we're in a situation where McElroy gets hurt, Star Jackson's not our guy, we're going to strip the red shirt before the four-game situation off of A.J. McCarron, and he would come in. And we knew nothing about A.J. McCarron.
Hey, we're about to discuss what we were talking about earlier about where this team ranks as far as national championship participants in Alabama, Nick Saban's time there. Joseph has found the ESPN FPIs for us to compare them, and I'll read those for you from the Farmfolio chat room. Part of the show being brought to you by the University of Montevallo. Great place for your son or daughter to spend and get their higher learning. Great folks down at the University of Montevallo. Great atmosphere on campus. 14-to-1 student ratio. I go to that number a lot. Because just think about your son or daughter in the perfect atmosphere to succeed academically. And as a parent, that's the first thing you want for them, to be successful in college so they can be successful in life. 14-to-1 student professor ratio. That's very, very important to the Montevallo story. You can see more about Montevallo online at montevallo.edu. And right now, find out why U.S. News and World Reports raves about their tuition pricing, Southern Living about their campus atmosphere and the beauty on campus, 75 majors, 21 Division II, fully funded scholarship sports, all right at the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu. ESPN FPI goes back before 2009, writes Joseph. And he gives the rankings by number of how this would rank when it comes to Alabama's best teams to make it to the national championship game. No surprise, the best team overall is 2020 in the rankings.
I would agree.
That was a 36 in the ESPN Power Ranking, a 36. 2016 is listed as number 2 with a 28. Now, quickly you notice, they didn't win the national championship in 2016.
That was the pick play, right?
Yeah, the old rubber out. So why is that on there?
Well, I mean, these are just to make it to the national championship.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
Excuse me, it was 31 in 2016. That's how high it was. I got that wrong. 31 in 2016. So that was a great team that didn't win the national championship. That was the rubber out in Tampa. And really, Jalen Hurts did, I guess, all he could do. He got a touchdown and turned it over to the defense. So the second best team to make the national championship under Nick Saban didn't win it, according to the ESPN FPI rankings. The third best team was 2011, a 30 FPI ranking. That was the game of the century loss, and then rematch, and they slaughtered LSU.
Best defense Saban has had.
In my opinion, too. I agree.
Mean, the offense was serviceable at times, good at times, ran the ball well.
The fourth best team, according to the FPI, was A.J. and Barrett's team that beat Notre Dame.
I like that team, 2012. I think that team gets slighted a little bit.
Because of the Johnny Manziel loss, they fall off the conversation a lot.
So good offense.
Really good Texas A&M team. That ended up being the third best team in college football that year.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
The next team is 2018, another losing team. That was the one that Tua and them took out to Santa Clara and got handed to them by Clemson.
Awful good, and just got shellacked that night.
But again, when you're looking at final score, it was a little misleading. I mean, look, Clemson played a hell of a game, but I mean, there were some moments in that game if you could change, a yard here, a yard there, a tip ball here, a tip ball there.
2017 is next, according to the ESPN FPI. Then 2015, the Derrick Henry, Jake Coker team, which leaves us with the two we actually were discussing. It comes down between 2009 in 2021. And according to the ESPN FPI, 2021 currently stands at a 26 on the FPI. 2009, a 24.
Well, and that could easily change after Monday night. I'll stick with, I think this team is better than 2009 if they beat Georgia. If they lose this game and have 2 losses, I'm forced to say 2009.
I would agree with you on that.
Yeah. Just an interesting on the FPI numbers. And it's something we go back to often, just how good that 2016 team was. I mean, you instantly said Jonathan Allen has to be on the All-Saban team when you talk about defensive line.
Stand by that.
He was that big of a force. That defense was that good.
Yep.
Mika was back there, right, too? Yeah, I mean, that was just an unbelievable defense. And, unfortunately, Jalen had not turned into the quarterback he has become. And Bo Scarborough got hurt, right? That was probably the difference in that game. Don't want to sound like Texas, but if Bo Scarborough hadn't got hurt.
Alabama out in Santa Clara just couldn't get first downs in the second half. I mean, 2 or 3 first downs, they win that game. You're right, Hurts runs it in at the end, but that was after they kept straining their defense on the field the whole second half, and the defense was gassed.
But in 16, who was the safety that got hurt returning the punt?
Eddie Jackson.
That was a huge loss.
Yep. Joseph does point out that of all, when you start discussing, 18 Clemson, 19 LSU, 2020 Alabama, that 2020 Alabama is the highest rated FPI team in the history of ESPN's FPI.
Wow. That offense was unstoppable.
Yeah. And then LSU and then Clemson.
Yeah.
All right. 37 after the hour, final hour of the show. We're heading up to Indianapolis. You guys have 1,000 questions over in the Farmfolio chat room. We'll answer some of those. If you want to throw some more out there, we'll bounce to that. Our show being brought to you today in part by the great folks with Tom Beckby.
Listen, Tom Beckby is dedicated to making sure you look great in the field and in the city. They wanted to do that themselves, couldn't find what they liked, so they made their own clothing. Started with the jacket back in 2015, now a full line of outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged material. Visit the Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That is BECKBE, tombeckby.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where 2 slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the next round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
The next round's national championship coverage is presented by JohnstonRVCenter.com, Wayne Smart Pest Services, Champy's world-famous chicken, Culver's Welcome to Delicious, and Adam Mestre with MD Realty. It's the chase for a championship on the next round.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. They bring us the lock every day. Have you dialed in on one yet for a basketball game tonight? Still working on it?
It is it's a tough slate tonight.
I tell you, my gut is Hurricanes over Flames.
Oh, is it?
You're going with a nice pick.
Yeah. Last night, the Flames had to skate last night against Tampa Bay.
Good Lord.
Lightning beat them last night. Now they got to skate again tonight against the Hurricanes team that may be as good as the Lightning on the road in Raleigh. Back-to-back skate nights. Reverse skates, couple skates, all the skates.
Keep it slow on all skate.
Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing brings us the lock every day. Listen, Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes as well. Free quotes. They can handle everything from drips to new fixtures. They handle commercial and residential. As you sit there and wonder about your plumbing needs and you need a good plumber on standby, it's always Jeremy Purvis. Just call Jeremy and the guys, 516-4927. That's a 205 area code, 516-4927, ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it. It looks like Brown's working on the telestrator over there.
I am. I'm drawing up this next play we're about to run.
Show me the toss sweep over here.
Hey, you know what I am working on is I'm looking at Slade Bolden. He's going to join us again. You guys really, really like that in the semifinals. So he's going to join us this week. It's presented by our ATIX, 205-822-7382 for all your tickets there.
But I'm told ATIX. ATIX can get you into the game still if you want to go up Monday night, right?
Of course they can.
Yeah, I had somebody reach out to me Tuesday or Wednesday, and I reached out to Dan and told him exactly what they wanted. And, man, he's got everything. He had a 12-pack. He had 12 together.
A 12-pack.
Wow. So you and the family and friends can go. Supper clubs can go.
Where you going for supper club? Outback?
No, we're driving
national championship.
Driving to Indianapolis.
Right, yeah.
We're going to watch the national championship game. And if you're listening in Georgia, he'll sell to Georgia fans too. Our friends at ATIX there, they'll be bringing us the Daily Player's Diary from Slade Bolden for this weekend. And first one getting ready to drop?
Yeah, should be out in the next hour.
All right, so over the next hour, you can go get one-on-one Brownie and Slade from behind the scenes, embedded with Alabama, the wide receiver that had a nice game and could have a bigger game against Georgia this time. on the go-around. 2 spots you guys have to try in Indianapolis, St. Elmo's and the Slippery Noodle Pub. Have you heard about the Slippery Noodle?
That's twice I've been told about the Slippery Noodle. Let me scope this joint out.
Yeah, look at it. I just got a couple that I was told that we need to check out. St. Elmo's probably is not going to happen. Would you guys agree with that?
It is impossible to get in on a reservation. I don't know that we can't walk in.
And seems to be a little overrated in my opinion, but hey.
Okay, these are supposedly sister restaurants to Elmo's, Harry and Izzy's.
Yeah. Tough to get a place there too.
Right here, Harry and Izzy's is the same family as St. Elmo's. It's the more casual spot, more than just steak, but it is good with more options and the same steaks and shrimp you get next door.
1933.
1933 is on mine. Is on my list as well from friends up in
It matches.
Yeah,
this is insane.
And then finally, HC Tavern.
1933 is a bar at St. Elmo's. Upstairs, it's cool.
Okay.
Slippery Noodle looks like a little bit of a bar food joint.
I'm told the better steak may be Prime 47.
Okay.
Prime 47. Anybody Prime 47 in Indy in the Farmfolio
I don't have it on mine.
Bingo!
Bingo!
Jim has won.
Union 50.
Ooh, that's a good one. They have steak there.
Union 50. Great food and vibe.
I like a good vibe.
Looking for just a lunch spot? Brew Burger. BRU. Brew Burger.
What about like a dessert spot?
Isn't
or
fancy.
a bakery?
The Eagle is good. Fried chicken and sides. It's the Champy's Chicken of Indianapolis, they said in my
right. Eagle.
The Eagle. There you go. That's some of the food
Well,
rights.
I've never been to Indy. You two have been there before, so I'm excited. Outside
It's a
of
cool
the weather.
town. Yeah, it's a cool town. You know, it's so interesting with Vegas. You know, Miami is always going to be in the rotation, right? I mean, they're always going to be there.
Because of the orange.
Because of the orange. And because of the destination city. Miami's a destination city.
It's like the Super Bowl.
With Vegas moving in, you know, I like the idea of Vegas being in this. I do like the idea. Indianapolis, though, is a pro town with the Pacers and the Colts. It is also a very collegiate town, I think.
That's right.
The Hoosiers are big up there. Big Ten football is big up there. They embrace the Big Ten championship game at Lucas Oil every year.
It's always a good crowd, and Final Fours have always been successful
because people asked me my opinion on some of the venues, and I rated them last night. Some people were surprised at my rating. I put a great deal of value on us being in a town that embraces the game. It's what I didn't like about Santa Clara.
I don't have you blocked on Twitter or social media, but I did not see this. You had New Orleans tops?
I did not. Actually, I had Atlanta number one. I think venue plus what I just said made it number one. I had Dallas number two. I think venue plus what I just said makes Dallas number two. I think I had New Orleans 3, Pasadena 4. People were surprised I rated Pasadena so low. I would suggest every sports fan go to a game at the Rose Bowl, a meaningful game. If it's a semifinal, if it's Rose Bowl, whatever, go to a meaningful game at the Rose Bowl. Once you've been there one time, I don't think this venue's that great. And what I just talked about, you guys, we've done it a couple times. When we're out there, do you feel like you're at a college football event? Or do you just feel like you're in L.A.? Leading up to it.
No, until you get on property for the Rose Bowl.
You might not see another fan.
Nobody really knows what's going on.
Yeah, that's why I don't like that.
I would tell you that Tom Hart and Cole Kubelik, who just did the radio of the Rose Bowl, said it did not disappoint, reminded them of going to Augusta for the first time.
I don't disagree the first time you've been there, but then one time you've been there, it's nice again. But you've lost that luster and that appeal.
So I've been 3 times.
Yeah.
One of them was a regular season game.
Right.
And then Alabama's national
Auburn.
champion win and Auburn's national championship loss.
If this was unseasonably warm, I think this town would really embrace it. I think it would be great because I think it's an incredible sports town. You know, from watching Pacers games to watching Colts games, I mean, it's a big time sports town.
Yeah, and that's the problem is a lot of people are going to look back at this one and say, the weather sucked. Well, I mean, they can't control the weather.
Right. I mean, there's been a Super Bowl in Atlanta before during an ice storm. You can't control that.
I mean, you know,
it rained in Miami one time.
I hate it that's the way this will be judged because I do feel like Indianapolis is a pretty good spot for this game. And they're trying to give every footprint, and I appreciate this. I'm glad they're doing this. They're sending some games out west, like Las Vegas and SoFi. They're putting them in Big Ten country at Lucas Oil. They're putting them in the Big 12 footprint in Dallas and in Houston. They come to the Southeast in Atlanta. And I like that. I'm glad they're doing that. I think this game needs to move around. I don't like it being just landlocked somewhere.
I'm with Bobby on the Rose Bowl. I've always loved the Rose Bowl. The 3 times I've been there, and I'm telling you, as a kid growing up in the South, it looked like it was heaven to me. I mean, it was always sunny. UCLA used to pack the place for home games, and those blue and gold pom-poms.
I like it too, and I've only been twice, and I had a really good time both times. Tailgating, going to the game, just visually everything about it. There's a mystique about it.
I mean, it's like Hollywood. They put it on at the right time, LT, because they know the sun's going to set at halftime on those mountains.
My only problem with that, the same problem I've got with Hard Rock now and with Arizona, is it is so far to get to that destination. Going back to Vegas, you're going to be able to walk from your hotel, depending on where you stay.
But Bobby says most of the complaints are concessions and in bathrooms. He says, my bladder can last 4 hours without breaking the seal.
That's pretty impressive.
Check back with me in 10 years, Bobby, see if you're the same way. But also, if you don't have to go get a beer, if you don't have to go to the concession stand, you don't end up in those long lines. I just love the Rose Bowl.
I don't dislike, again, you got to remember, part of my rating here is based on being in a community that embraces the game, and LA does not do that.
The Rose Bowl people
do, but the community as a whole does. I rated Phoenix very low because of that, too. We were out in Phoenix. I didn't feel like I was at a college football game. The stadium's in the middle of nowhere. I think it's a terrible stadium, personally.
But the Fiesta Bowl people are really good.
Sure. I mean, all these people are good.
See, I think Nashville.
Not all of them. I mean, can you say anything about the Orange Bowl people?
I didn't have a problem with them.
They check you in, and they're like, see you on game day.
Oh, they were pretty cool when we actually did our show from Hard Rock, and they brought the oranges out to us and everything.
Were nice.
Oh, they
Let
were.
us
You're
count
right.
the oranges.
They did bring us. We stacked the oranges.
That's right.
I think Nashville would be a good city for this.
It would be, weather, like I was just
Especially
there
this
Sunday.
week.
I was just there Sunday. Weather was atrocious Sunday.
Yeah, outdoor stadium. If they ever built a dome, it's a different story there. All right, final segment coming up. We're hitting the road to Indianapolis. A couple of more of your questions from the Farmfolio chat room. We'll answer those in the final segment. Stay with us.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, 1 collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or 2 to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
Portfolio chat room, what are you laughing at?
Gaston.
He says, prayers up for LT this weekend. Get after it, son.
I will. Rockstar was like, man, you're drinking a lot of water today, because I typically
He's
drink
been
a lot.
pounding it.
But I told him I thought about getting Hydrolive in today to get prepared for this. But yeah,
My man's going to battle.
I'm about to get after it.
I got to sit in that Sprinter all night.
Like, you guys think you see me on a road trip before. Just wait.
So this is it? This is the one?
This is the one.
We're getting reports from Aaron Suttles, apparently, that north in Nashville to Kentucky, a little hairy. Is that what Aaron said?
That's what he said. He said it's been an adventure.
Okay.
I'm not against betting down in Nashville tonight.
I think that's a good idea, but we'll feel it out.
We're going to figure it out. You'll be able to follow us on social media and video and find out what we did.
I mean, could you find us a great dinner experience in Nashville
Absolutely,
tonight?
I could. In fact, Franklin has got one of my favorite dinner experiences in the world. I just don't know how easy it would be to get to because it's off the interstate.
Yeah, see, Franklin would be tricky. I've got some really good new places downtown Nashville that are really cool.
All right. But somebody's making a haul out of the souvenir room up here.
Yeah, all right.
Got his sweatshirt.
Yeah. Got a beer.
And a hat.
So he quit his job today, man. He needs.
Did he really? Is that why he came up
So
here?
we're dressing him.
Power to the people, man.
That's why he's already drinking.
Power to the people.
Get that wardrobe fixed.
He really I was like, what are you doing up here? And he's like, I quit my job today.
He quit his job and came here?
Came here, got a beer and some clothes.
I mean, that's what you got to do, right?
Change of clothes.
We'll support as long as we can.
That's the way it works, man. You quit your
Does
job.
he have a
you come
driver's
here.
license?
Yeah.
He could drive you up to
Oh, we already talked about
That was actually just mentioned, Rockstar, believe it or not.
Jeff says, no, I don't think Georgia wins 3 times in the next 40 years a national championship. A lot of people feel like if they win one Monday, it could break the seal for Georgia to win several. Brooks answered back, remember, in 25 years, not 40, Florida's won 3 and LSU's won 3.
That is true.
It's tough to do, man.
Yep.
I can't read my own.
Unless you're Nick Saban.
Can't read my own handwriting on Philip. Can you read that, Philip? What does he say?
Brown is the best part of this show.
I can probably read
That's
it.
exactly what it is.
Let me see it.
It's unexpected something.
I'm good on it.
Unexpected.
Unexpected player. Who's going to be the unexpected player?
Ja'Cory Brooks. I think Ja'Cory Brooks. He's going to take the Metro role.
I will go Billingsley. I think he has a big game.
All right, we'll find out. Continue that discussion on Monday. Stay with us on social media. We'll let you know what's happening today, Saturday, and our specialty Sunday show coming up. Thank you, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford. Happy New Year, everybody. We'll see you. God bless you. God.
7th.
It was first day without trees. God bless you. God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Roxy